Ho, ho, ho. I just made it. Holy crap. Oh, man. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you're doing well. I have been experiencing technical difficulties on this end, of course, and I have no idea how the tech's going to work on this show today, so just bear with me. I have a feeling that the dubbing is going to be off when I bring on Zoom people. I don't know why, but everything looks good on my computer. I mean, when I see myself right now on Zoom and I'm moving and everything's good, but when I look over at my OBS here, it's delayed. And so I don't know if my vocals are going to be delayed according to my body actions. I have no idea, but that's what happens when I don't have a producer in studio with me. Thanks, Jack. All right. Hopefully you guys are doing well this Christmas. And we have a lot of different people that I've invited to be here today. And I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm going to do my best with this today. I'm going to try my hardest to, bring it and have fun, have conversation with people and all that good stuff. I'm noticing now that I don't have my one... Shoot, where'd that go? Oh, no, it's there. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right, let's... I'm going to bring on... we have somebody here, Mr. Mike. Let me see if I can switch this up over here. Let's see here. Mike, man, how you doing, man?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm not sure how the tech side. You're a tech guy, man. So I've all right. So everything's working good on my computer. So I'm looking at you and me, and the dubbing's on and everything. And then when I switch to OBS, or no, when the Zoom screen that I'm capturing here goes to OBS, it's delayed. And so I don't know if I'm gonna have delayed audio now or what.
So it depends on if you're streaming out these. If you're just streaming out the Zoom, that including your picture and mine, that delay will include the audio. So it should be synced up on the stream out. Perfect. The problem is, so with your microphone, it doesn't sound like that's coming through Zoom.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing.
Okay.
It's not coming through Zoom. So I'm worried that they're going to hear me talking, and then I'm going to be a little delayed.
So yeah, you probably will be. And that delay is typically, at least for me, It's about 200 milliseconds, and you can delay the video, and it should do that. Let me see if I can find the exact settings. Are you using Streamlabs or OBS?
OBS.
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 Okay.
Look at that. We're fixing this live on air. How about that? Unreal, man. Unreal.
Are you streaming live right now?
I'm streaming live right now. Everybody's watching me.
All right. Hey, well, we'll figure it. Are you streaming live on YouTube?
Yeah. So
all right. Well, let's figure it out. And so I will go to the confessionals right now. If you say something, we'll see if it syncs up or not.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I try my best over here. I spent the whole morning getting everything together, and all of a sudden I'm like, okay, we're good. I put Zoom in. I'm like, wait a second, why is Zoom on delay? Like, I was like, come on, I've done this before too, but last time I did this, I actually was using my Sony as my webcam, and it was like my video, and then the Zoom was a separate video as the guest, and so I probably just didn't notice it then. So I don't know.
Well, let's check. I'm gonna pop it up right now. I want to see.
Webcam, and it was like my video, and then the Zoom was.
No, you're synced up perfectly.
Oh, wonderful.
You're synced up perfectly. Yeah.
Awesome. Wonderful. Oh, what a relief. What a relief.
Yes.
So how you
took about 2 minutes.
It's all right. I'm going to be here for like 4 hours a day, so it is what it is. I was planning on having my brother in studio with me today, and it turns out he's moving into his new apartment, and he's like, I don't know if I can make it. I was like, bro, you're telling me I have to go 4 hours alone in my studio? Are you kidding me? And so we hopefully my wife can come down when the kids are napping and fun stuff like that. But it's been a trip, man. It's been a trip. So what are your plans for the holidays and stuff? You doing any traveling, or you going? You just gonna stay home?
Well, today and tomorrow staying home, just a kind of like a smaller, quiet time with myself, my wife, and my mother-in-law's coming over, and then my stepdaughter. Then traveling to the Chicago area to visit with my brothers and my mom and dad and the in-laws out there. So about 4 days of just hanging out with the family. Typically I don't like doing anything. So, but it will be nice to see people. And so,
yeah. Are you originally from Chicago?
No, I'm originally from like the Akron, Ohio area.
Okay.
And lived in Columbus most of my life, and then moved out to Arizona a few years ago. Just dabbled out in Arizona for about 2 years, and then moved back to the farm country here in Ohio last year. And got a nice piece of property out here, and trying to homestead it a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we're heading towards too ourselves. I know you went from Arizona to Ohio. Now, when you did that, you originally, I think you said work didn't know that you actually moved to a different state. Is that still the case, or they know now?
No. Well, so when the pandemic was going down, so like last year, right around March, April, my wife and I came to the conclusion we got to get out of like a Phoenix. We just want to get close to the friends and family, be able to have a chance to buy a couple acres where you can get the most bang for your buck. And that was in Ohio, when it meets all of our needs, close to the friends, family, and acreage. And so we left. My work at the time did not permit people to work in states or from states that were not operated in by their business. But I left anyways, and since everything was remote work anyways, I figured it really didn't matter. It only mattered one time, when I got locked out of my work computer.
Oh.
And I had to reset the password, but you can only do that on company Wi-Fi. And the nearest company Wi-Fi was in Illinois. And I had to drive there in February, and it was a snowstorm. It was a total ice storm. So I drove up to the place of business, reset my password, and drove back. So it's like a 14-hour kind of trek just to reset my password. And then a couple weeks later, I got a new job where I can now work remotely with no concern at all. So
that's great, man. I as you were just talking there, I realized I never switched over on the OBS to have you on screen, but now you're on screen too. Which now I'm wondering if that's going to have the delay or not. I don't know.
Let's check it out.
We'll see.
Now we're going to see. We're going
to OBS to have you on screen, but now you're on screen too. Which now I'm wondering if that's going to have the delay or not. I don't know.
Let's check it out.
We'll see.
Now we're going to see. So what's going on here? I see. It's a choppy. So it's probably it looks like an old-timey movie where it's about 10 to 12 frames per second. It looks like. It's like synced up. It looks like everything's kind of moving an old-timey movie. To 12 frames per second. Yeah.
So how do I fix that? Do you know?
So that might come down to the processing power of your computer. So whatever you're using to stream on, it might be how it's encoded. So with
Oh.
OBS, there's like canvas size, which is probably like 1080p. I stream out through OBS using 720p, so it's not as high def. So I preserve some headroom on the processing. But it looked great. So when you had your original camera on,
Yeah.
it synced up perfectly. It looked great. And so it's tough to tell if this is like an application issue, like if it's doesn't have enough processing power to process OBS and Zoom at the same time, or if it's like a camera kind of settings issue with OBS.
Ah, that sucks, man. Because like this, it shouldn't be the computer. It's a brand new Mac I got.
Yeah.
I just, it was, it's the new flat screen that they got, and I decked it out as high as I could go on things because I knew I was going to be doing streaming, and that would suck.
It's probably not your Mac. It probably is some sort of OBS setting, and you're running OBS on your Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do all that on my PC. So when it comes to those settings on the Macintosh, I don't know. Is it the new M1 chipset? 'Cause
Yeah.
I have one of those.
I do all
And
that
yes,
on
my
my
PC. So when it comes to those settings on the Mac, it's not bad. You can hear everything great. And luckily, there's not like these kind of talk shows don't require like an immense amount of visual capability. So
Yeah.
it's just annoying. And I'm sure you'll be able to fix it. I don't know what that fix now is for the
Yeah.
Macintosh with Zoom.
I did a quick search before I went live, and I was like, there's too many forums popping up to read. I was like, oh my God, I'm just going to go with it and see what happens. So
Yeah.
it is what it is. But yeah, I just, the tech side of things, I'm constantly trying to learn and everything. Everybody, thanks for tuning in, though. And thanks for all the super chats coming in. Every dime and penny of super chat that comes in today, we are going to be donating to Kentucky Relief. It's actually through the Kentucky.gov called Team Kentucky. And once today's live is over, everything that we pick up through super chats, we're going to be donating to the relief in Kentucky. So it's the giving season, everybody. So, keep giving and stuff because all that is going to be going to a good cause, obviously. And, I kind of felt like, Mike, I felt like kind of like an obligation almost in the sense of because I wanted to do some kind of donation for somebody or something for this live. And when the Kentucky stuff happened recently, I was like, that's it, because me and 3 other guys were just in Kentucky for a week hunting the dog man. And so like we were into Daniel Boone and everything. I was like, might as well give back to Kentucky because they gave us a whole documentary. So
Those people need it too. I'm sure you got listeners down there. Some of them have probably reached out. I got a few, and it's just horrific. And you hear some of the stories of some companies that made some really bad decisions. They need help big time.
yeah, it was really bad. And the guy who brought us down to Kentucky, he texted me and he's like, can you do something for Kentucky on the live? And I was like, all right, already one step ahead of you, pal. I didn't do any proper introduction, Mike. Who are you? Tell the people who you are and where they can find you.
Oh, yeah, sure. My name is Mike, or Midnight Mike. I run a podcast called Our Big Dumb Mouth, or OBDM. You can find us at obdmpod.com or ourbigdumbmouth.com. It's kind of a bit of a goofy news. If you take like Opie and Anthony or Howard Stern and mix it with Art Bell, that's kind of what you got. It's a lot of fast talk, some goofy news, a lot of paranormal and conspiracy stuff, but we try to have fun with all the topics and just try to interact with people and make light of dark topics.
Yeah, and you got to be able to do that and stuff with what's going on in the world today. Now, let me ask you something, because I've been thinking about this a lot recently. The whole metaverse Facebook stuff. Have you looked into that at all? Because me and Charlie Robinson were talking the other day, and like we were doing some brainstorming, and I think that stuff is going to go real deep on people.
So I haven't looked a lot into it. I think, with as big as cryptos are and NFTs, that's where it's at. So when you go into this metaverse, if you want a new outfit, well, you're going to have to spend some sort of in metaverse currency, and that's going to be some sort of cryptocurrency. You buy a unique item through an NFT, and if you want to buy the brands that you like, then those brands are all going to be. I have a feeling it's going to work out like this. If you buy a pair of shoes in the real world, there's going to be an NFT attached. Then your avatar in that metaverse will have the very shoes you purchased in real life. Now, if they're not
Wow.
doing this, that is a missed opportunity, because there is an old brand that we all probably know and love, Radio Shack. They're just getting back into the game, and they're starting up as a cryptocurrency exchange, Radio Shack Cryptocurrency Exchange, and they have a bunch of brands under their umbrella. So I have a feeling that they would do something like this, and if they're not doing something like this, they're idiots. But everything's just it feels like we're getting that much more closer to that movie Ready Player One, and that's what they want. I just don't think it's going to be as cool as that.
Yeah, I was looking at it, Mark Zuckerberg and what he was talking about and how he was laying it all out, and I've been hearing about the NFTs and stuff for I'd say a better part of a year now and stuff, but I really didn't understand it real well, but something just clicked in my head, and all of a sudden, because I understood NFTs and the idea of like digital art, and I was like, but why? How does that play in? And then all of a sudden, when I saw the metaverse, I was just like, holy crap! So everything just started clicking in my head. I was like, you can go in virtual reality, and you can have these NFTs, which like people are gonna want to furnish these places that they're gonna like. Say you have a house in this metaverse, you're gonna want to have furnishing and like art pieces and all that stuff kind of comes into play. And like I think it was Nike recently bought a company that makes digital sneakers and NFTs,
Yeah.
and they're planning on diving into this. I mean, there's a lot of big companies that are starting to gear up to really make a profit here, and I think I don't know. Like I've been hearing people say that like NFTs is kind of like the early stages of Bitcoin, where if you get in early, you can make a lot of money. I mean, do you think that's the case?
It's possible. It depends on which NFT, which piece of digital asset, and then are those digital assets transferable to the world you want to live in? So we have Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse, but there is an open source version of that could be a competitor. And I don't even know. So I'm assuming the metaverse is going to run on the Oculus Rift, which is Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook's, virtual reality goggle. There probably is a competitor out there, an open source version. So if I have an NFT, if I bought my outfit, like it's all digital, is it compatible with that metaverse? Maybe not. It might. They probably have some kind of proprietary thing. I think the real money is you have all these different kind of NFTs and all these different types of artwork, and you want to use them in a digital world. Well, you want to use them in an open source digital metaverse, and there's going to be some sort of API connector. You got to be able to connect your digital assets to this world, and through that is going to be probably some sort of API exchange, so that artwork is transferred and looks just as good as it does on your phone or home computer as it does in that virtual space. So it would almost like service as like a currency or digital asset exchange market to get your assets into that metaverse. So I don't know how it works yet. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. And I haven't personally invested in any NFTs, although I have looked into it, creating my own NFT for Our Big Dumb Mouth and some artwork and monetizing podcasts with NFTs. It's not cheap to do. You have to, unless you have server infrastructure, you're going to be renting out like a current infrastructure for those transaction and processing fees, and most likely it'd be like some major exchange like Ethereum or something like that. You could piggyback off those, and it costs money. So it ain't cheap, but it's something that us paranormal, alt media, and conspiracy podcast people should get together and join forces on at some point.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about the other day, me and Charlie. It's like it hit me when him and I were talking. I was like, "Holy crap! I think we could make money doing this." Like I just started thinking like, and I don't know if this is even possible at this point or not, but I was just like, imagine you're in this virtual metaverse or whatever it is. I mean, and I agree with you. I think that there needs to be the ability to transfer in and out of different things, whether it's called metaverse or something else. I think you probably have things like you can buy this and this is specific for this metaverse. It was made by them. It's here, but there's maybe other things that you can kind of take in and out. But the idea of having like a storefront, I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing, because this is something that I started thinking about back when I first started podcasting in 2017. The idea, and I still don't know what the technology would require, but I knew we were going into a virtual reality type world moving forward. And I was thinking, how cool would it be to have like the setup in your studio where people could go into, like, let's just call it the metaverse. They walk up to the storefront of the Confessionals. They open the door, and there I am sitting there doing a recording and doing a podcast live right there, where people can kind of sit in and watch live, and it's like they're actually sitting there watching me in person. I mean, I don't know. Is that too far fetched? Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it's probably within the realm of possibility. It's not that different than what was going on in Second Life in the early 2000s. And Second Life was, was just kind of like a pixelated version of the metaverse. It wasn't 3D, but you buy your little plots of land, and then you can, if you want to spin records or DJ, people can stop by your stupid little Second Life house and check you out. Some people made some real money off that, and I think Second Life is still around. That could be a major competitor to the metaverse. What I'm fascinated by is these virtual reality worlds. Like, remember the first time anybody played Mario 3D? It was just fun to explore. Like Mario 3D on the N64.
Yeah.
I got lost in just exploring the world and finding interesting little things, maybe some glitches. And I think people are going to be fascinated by some of the digital glitches they may find in this metaverse. And if they were smart, or if crafty programmers can do certain things, you can embed things in this universe that are explored. Maybe something like we could go hunting for digital cryptids in this kind of universe. Something like that, depending on the AI. But I could envision something like that. That AI is so advanced that there are going to be some sort of digital cryptids, or these weird artifacts that have this its own intelligence to it, that interact with the humans in that universe in very bizarre ways. But I can see AI being unleashed to manage certain things, but maybe it gets too smart and starts making its own little creatures.
That's creepy, man. Like, do you think we're transitioning into, like, I don't know, like this transhuman like metaverse kind of thing? I mean, do you think, I don't know, like I got a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old at home. By the time they're 18, 20 years old, do you think that like living in a virtual reality more than this reality will be an actual thing?
I unfortunately, it probably is for the younger generation. Like I was talking about this with my wife. Like, if it becomes available, the metaverse, would we use it? Would I use it? I'm a huge tech person. I love all this stuff, but I struggle to put in, an hour a week on Call of Duty. Am I going to take that time and really get into the metaverse and be frustrated that it's not as cool as I think it is? I think the younger generation will probably find it a little bit more intuitive. I think once they're able to hook it up to your phone in a way, so your goggles are basically your phone, which they do have that ability with Google right now. Like on like Google smartphones, you can kind of put your phone in front of your face and it feels like 3D. I think it will be getting there, but I still don't know what the metaverse, I don't know what the purpose ultimately is, other than to have a 3D avatar you can dress up and dance around and troll people. Like, what more is to be gained from that universe? Is it just like a whole host of like storefronts or video games, just a place to meet people?
Well,
I don't know.
I had I was watching the video that they put out, Meta put out, and Zucks was talking about it all. And it seems like they have this vision of like, so there's like the entertainment side of it where you can meet with your friends in this metaverse and, you know, hang out and do card games and stupid crap like that. And, Larry over here doesn't want to look like Larry. He actually looks like a Bigfoot, and, you know, he's just sitting there at the table dealing cards. But then there's this other aspect that they seem to talk about where it's like they integrate both. So like you sit down at your desk and say you put on the glasses or whatever it is, and you're able to see like a digital reality, but also this reality at the same time, where you can actually touch things and move things around for workflow, and you're sitting at your desk working, and they're talking about how this is going to become more productive. It's very much like what we see in the sci-fi movies and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's great. Like that kind of augmented reality, I can see a benefit to that. I looked into that. Instead of having 4 different physical monitors here, I can put on my goggles and have like a 360 monitors. I have my code over here. I got my server health over here. I mean, I can see a definite bump up in productivity and being able to monitor stuff. And so for that, it's cool, and I understand wanting to explore new technology and experience interesting things with friends and hang out and look like goofy monsters or stupid costumes. I get that. And I think for the younger generation, it is going to be very alluring. I mean, look at how much time is spent playing mobile games or Roblox. I don't know if your kids play Roblox. I got nephews that love Roblox. It's their entire life, and they want to spend money on these costumes so they can jump around and play these poorly programmed games. And they love it. They don't care if it's responsive or if it plays well. For whatever reason, they're addicted to it.
Yeah, I try to, like, my son has an iPad, and it's a nice thing to give him when I need him to sit still, sit quiet, shut up kind of thing. But I can see like he gets so engulfed in it, like he just gets lost in it. And I can say things, or I can try telling him to do something, and he's just like in another world. He doesn't hear me. He doesn't do anything. He absolutely loves it. And the games are just stupid. Like he was playing this one game called Sneaky Sasquatch, and I don't even think he really actually knows how to play it. He just likes moving the character around the screen. And I don't know, man. I think that as like we're here now, this wasn't even a possibility of reality 5 years ago when I started podcasting. And so I'm just thinking like the next 5, 10, 15 years, where are we going to be at as far as technology goes? How clear are these images going to be? And I don't know, like, do you think it's all bad, all good, a good mix of both, or what?
I think it's with everything. There's a mix. When it comes to opportunities for the metaverse, I think there's a real opportunity in obviously the currency and the assets within that. If you want to make money, it depends on the metaverse currency exchange. So whatever that may be, maybe take a look into investing into that. But with all this, there's a potential for good and bad. Unfortunately, when it comes to these large scale things, it rarely turns out, at least as of recently, to be ultimately good for humans. It seems like it will be a time suck, and you lose more of the natural world. Like as I get older, the more I appreciate going out into the woods and taking hikes. When I was in my 20s, I didn't give a care about going out and really being with the trees and experiencing that stuff. I appreciated that later on in my life. And hopefully these people who get sucked into the metaverse, they don't lose that. Like maybe it is an age thing. Maybe I'm just getting a little too old. And if I had a kid, I don't know if I would be okay with them getting into the metaverse before they were age 16. But there's a lot of pressure for kids, even to get a cell phone. You know, get a smartphone. I can't imagine what it's like for a kid. If you're a 16-year-old and you don't have a smartphone, you're probably considered a loser at this point.
I'm sure. I absolutely agree. You got to be careful with at what age you put them on this stuff. I remember my sister, she's 5 years younger than me, and she was probably like, I don't know, 15, no more than 15. And I bought her first cell phone for Christmas. It was like one of those prepaid phones kind of thing. And my parents, everybody looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what does she need a cell phone for? Now, like, I mean, it's it's just second nature. I mean, these kids are practically born with them. My I don't know how my son learned how to use the iPad. Like he used our phone before he was even using his iPad, and he was just like just automatically just learning how to do it, all this stuff. And it's crazy. My daughter is now doing the same thing, and I don't know, man. It's kind of trippy. I think that there's a lot of dangers with it. I think that there's gonna be a lot of times you're gonna have. Well, there's gonna be a whole new industries popping up from this. So not just the tech industries, but also like mental health industries. I mean, you're gonna have kids who are absolutely depressed in this reality, and all they want is to be in the other reality where there's some kind of superstar. You know, like can you imagine like building a life in alternate reality, like a VR, and you're so like into it, and everybody knows who you are in that world. As soon as you pop those things on, everybody's like, yo, what's up, you know? And all of a sudden you take this off and you're just some, I don't know, 22, 23-year-old guy living in your mom's basement and literally have nothing. I mean, will we even be living in mom's basements by that time? I mean, 2030 is right around the corner. You will own nothing and like it, right? So
You'll be living in mom's pod or something like that.
yeah, willingly.
Yeah, probably something like that. One of my main concerns, it's not necessarily technology. It is the constraint of information. And if metaverse proves to be the dominant virtual world, well, it's a walled garden, kind of like what Apple has, is that they can allow on and not allow anything they want onto their platform. And so with the metaverse, it's like you're constraining information. So for people like us that are interested in like weird topics and in weird events like Bigfoot sighting, is it going to be easier or harder to find those organic stories about Bigfoot interactions and sightings in the metaverse? I would say it might be harder because that stuff might be curated. Like, and so when people are sucked into this world and that they spend hours and hours, they may be less inclined to go find a book or to go to the old internet to look up something about a dogman encounter from the 1970s. And so I think it might wall the garden even more, and it's going to be harder and harder to find new and interesting things to talk about.
Yeah, that's actually something I haven't even really thought of and stuff. I mean, it's just there's this real line that's going to be drawn, and I think there's gonna be a lot of so many weird things are happening right now, and I wonder with what's going on in our world culturally and you know everything that's been going on. There seems to be like this division of some new classes of people, you know, depending on what you have in your body and things like that. We're just gonna leave it there because I don't want to get kicked off. But it seems like there's gonna be some different classes of people, and will the lower class of people even have access to these kind of technologies and stuff? I mean, I literally I just saw it yesterday. It wasn't real. It was like a meme, but it was suggesting this could happen. And it said it was a picture of somebody's phone, and a pop-up came up on it. It said, you no longer have access to your phone data, the internet, your everything until you upload your updated status. And I was just like, I never even thought about that. I was like, holy crap, could it get to that point? Why not?
Yeah, I think so. I think Microsoft is going to toy around with that. Like before, I can see them doing this. Before you start your computer, you need to do a QR code, like a two-factor authentication before you start your computer, or with that QR code, authenticate your health status in order to log on and do what you got to do on the internet. So I can see it is a weird world living in. And, you know, 5 years ago, I was having discussions with people about UFOs, but, you know, they're not laughing so much anymore now that the Pentagon has acknowledged that. A lot of people didn't think that this point in time would happen where there has been a gentle disclosure and acknowledgement about UFOs. I still call them that. And I know a lot of people like to call them UAPs, but UFOs.
Yeah.
And the same people who are laughing, the same media, the same local news stations who would laugh at people about their experiences are taking it quite serious. So I think next year is going to be even more interesting. 2022, I'm making a prediction that there is going to be a verified Sasquatch sighting 4K video, something that's going to be undeniable.
Really?
That's what I'm saying. I think
I'm gonna be the guy. I'm gonna be the guy. I'm gonna
Tony, I
freaking.
think you can do it.
I'm gonna freaking do it, dude. I'm freaking do.
I think it's like this world's so crazy. We never thought we would be here. So let's take it up and let's get nuts.
Let's do it.
Let's get nuts. And I think that there is going to be some legit, like there's already a good amount of Bigfoot sightings out there, but I'm talking about something that the news media can no longer deny at this point. Like the news media can no longer deny that there are things that are unexplainable flying through our airspace and all over the world. Now, we have our own theories about what they are, but at least the news media is acknowledging something strange is going on. They won't touch, they still laugh at Bigfoot. I think next year is the year of Bigfoot.
I freaking love it. And the thing is, like, I'm going, listen, I keep teasing this on my show because I literally cannot talk about it on an openly yet. I'm gathering information, but like, if it, to me, it seems like Bigfoot, that's very doable with some of the things I'm looking at right now. like I can't imagine, why not? Like, let's do it. Like, you've motivated me. I'm gonna go freaking find a Bigfoot next year. We're gonna get it on 4K. Like, cause I'm like, we're doing the Legion of Legends stuff, and we got 4K cameras. We're going into the woods. We're doing it, and so like, why not? I mean, if we're gonna have interaction with something, why can't we catch it on camera? Now, I did have the malfunction aspect of, Bigfoot come in with my tech when I was out with my brother the one time. And we did have some experiences in Kentucky that didn't get caught on camera. So like, it does make me wonder sometimes, like, is there really something to this whole technology interference thing with Bigfoot? And if that's the case, well, then we could go down that theory sometime. But like, when I was in the Michoud State Forest here in Pennsylvania, I was spending the night at an old World War II prisoner of war camp, and they interrogated Nazi soldiers and Japanese soldiers there. I was there I knew the area had a lot of Bigfoot encounters, dogman encounters, but I was there for the camp because that was something I knew I could find. Like, I could go to the camp and I could find that. I could find the structures, that whatever's remaining. So I knew it wouldn't be a dud of a video. And when we're out there, we're like, me and my brother we were pretty far out there. Like, we were walking this game trail, and then it just comes to an end. And I'm like, well, we got there late. It was dark when we got there. We didn't know the landscape of the area. So I figured, okay, since there's no game trail anymore, we're going to just sit here for a few minutes, do our thing, and then maybe start walking somewhere else and follow a trail somewhere else. Well, I get my K2 meter out and I hold it out. And as soon as I turn my camera off, the one I'm actually using right now, I turn that off, the microphone's off. I get my K2 meter out and I hold it out in front of me. And as soon as I hold it out in front of me, it's hitting. I'm getting readings. And my brother's about 5, maybe 10 feet away from me with the night vision camera rolling. So like, we had footage, and I'm telling you, man, within like less than a minute, I think Jack says it's less than a minute. I wish he was here to talk about it. He, like, off in the distance, we hear just the classic Bigfoot yell, the Bigfoot howl. And it was just like, it carried out, it was just like, ah, and then it dropped off hard. And then it almost sounded like something else answered us or answered it, because it was like a different vocalization. It was like almost like a moan. It was just like, ah. And I was just like, I've heard that before, like I've heard that on recordings, and my eyes got huge. And I looked at my brother. I was like, oh my God. We get back to the truck, and it turns out earlier that night he had dropped the camera and the microphone cord snapped, and we didn't know it. And so literally, like, within a minute of me turning off my camera with a mic and running his that we didn't know was broken with the mic, that happens. I'm like, what are the freaking odds, man? Like, now I'm just a statistic, because people say, and they're like, my camera malfunction. I'm like, yeah, me too. Me too.
It happens. And there's a lot of times where people, like Seth Breedlove of Small Town Monsters. I've talked to him a few times. He's a fellow Ohio boy.
Yeah.
And I really like the guy, but he got into cryptozoology and doing those films out of curiosity, not necessarily believing in the subject matter of Sasquatch or Bigfoot, but at least open to it. And as of recently, he had a sighting that they were out doing a film, and they said it was like a split second that they were going up a hill. They saw something huge and hairy, and it was like a second or two, and it ran off. Now, he'd never had an experience like that before. And his camera, he has got camera crews with him, and none of them could get that. I think it's a matter of time before, and like I said, I think next year is going to be the one. People are more than willing. I think at this point, they're more than willing to accept the possibility of an unclassified North American primate like Bigfoot. Now, where it gets dicey and where it gets interesting is the aspect of paranormal Bigfoot. And that's a hotly contested topic within the Sasquatch community. Some people don't want to believe that there's a paranormal aspect to Bigfoot, while other people freely engage in those topics of conversation. And I'm definitely open to that.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I personally, I think that there's definitely a paranormal aspect to it. I don't know I don't have any set decisions after that, other than the fact that I've talked to a lot of people who've had really bizarre experiences with these things that seem paranormal, maybe explainable in a different frame of mind or something, but what they describe is very paranormal. And that's not for me to say that I believe all Bigfoot are paranormal, because I don't think that all Bigfoot have these bizarre experiences. I have very complex thoughts on it. But I will say this, and I'll say this now because why not? And I also don't know if this is actually going to make the documentary. I'm not, everybody watching and listening right now, I'm not producing the documentary. I had two guys. One guy has done work for, I believe, the Discovery Channel, or what channel is it that the Oak Island was on? Was it History or Discovery?
I thought Oak Island was, it could have been History Channel. It's either one of those two, but I think it could have been History.
All right, so the one guy that was with me, that works with me now, he's done stuff for History Channel, whatever channel it was with Oak Island. And then the other guy, he was a filmer, like a video guy. He shot film for Glenn Beck at the Blaze back when the Blaze first started. And so, like, I have two guys who really know what they're doing. I'm hands off with it. I show up, I do my thing. We all do it together. We create the stuff. Then they take it away. They do the chopping, cutting, all that stuff. So everybody's been asking me, when's it coming? Like, when it's ready. I have I'm not doing it. So, but that said, since I don't know it's going to make it into this documentary, because to me, it seems like a very fleeting moment. I don't know if he's going to put it in or not. I'll say it here, and I'll let people know what happened. So we went down to Kentucky to hunt the dog man from a very legendary episode I did, 335, Dog versus Dog Man. Kyle brings us down, and he's never been back to the location this whole thing happened, and he's taking us back in the woods for a few days. And we found certain things like prints that seemed very, very large, and it was either canine or a cat. And if it was a cat, it's probably the biggest mountain lion ever in Kentucky, kind of thing. But the one day we were going back, trying to get back to the location where his grandfather had parked a truck, where he went off into the woods the night that this happened. And we took a detour and went further in a different direction into the woods, because he believed there was a water tank where the government put in there to help feed the wildlife, to keep them away from the big lake so hunters just don't kill all the deer at one time. And he's like, if we can find a water tank back here, it'd be a good spot to put up cameras, because I think that these things would feed at these spots. Cool. So we get to a point where he believes there's a water tank up this one hill, and him and I start walking up the hill. And when we get when we're about 20 feet up the hill, my team, they call me back, get back down here, get back down here. I'm like, what? Okay. So I go down and like, did you hear that? And I was like, no, what? And that's where I end that story, because I'm not telling people exactly what happened, but you'll have to watch the documentary. But there was activity that happened at this location. And so we decided to do our night investigations there, and we set up game trail cams. And our last day there, it was just me and Christian and Joel. We hiked back there to retrieve the game trail cams, and they're about 50 feet away from me. And there's like a creek running behind me, and there's this tree I'm about to climb up to get the camera off. And they're further away from me. So because of the activity that we did have, the bizarre activity, I just wanted to kind of look around me to make sure that I'm good. Because we were out there, I think, the night before, and a little on edge still. And I turn from my left, and I'm going around in a circle, and I'm coming back around, And just as like my head is starting to turn towards the tree, I just, because like, you know how it is, like when you're turning your head, it's just like you're just scanning. You're not really like slowly like piercing looking. I swear, and I have no way to back this up other than what I feel like I saw, but I still don't know what I saw. Like I don't know if I actually saw what I saw, or what I think I saw, or thought I saw. Off about 100 feet away, there was a lot of brush, like falling down trees, because there's this hill and it just seemed to fall down. And there was this the one tree that was relatively fresh. The leaves were dead on it, but you could tell it fell over earlier that summer, or whenever we went down. And for a brief second, I thought I saw something very large with a conical shaped head and like a light ashy gray walking up the hillside behind the brush. And like it was one of those things where I'm turning around, and when I come back around this way, I like right about here is when I thought I saw it. I'm like, and I jerk my head back and I look, and I don't see it. And so it's like one of those things where it's like, did I really see that? You know, I don't know. I called the guys over and I tell them what I thought I saw. Joel goes up there and it starts looking up the hillside and everything. Doesn't see anything. And so I don't know, but it's those kind of things that, like, if it was as big as I thought I saw it, maybe I didn't see it. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I don't know. But like if it was as big as what I thought I saw and it just kind of poof is gone, it's hard to explain. Like it's just like I didn't hear it go anywhere. I didn't see it go anywhere. It was just gone. So I'm willing to chalk that up as maybe my brain got the best of me. But the experiences that the other guys had leading into us going to that location on a consistent basis, they saw some stuff. And it was absolutely bizarre. But you know, I hope
that's the way it goes with that stuff when there's paranormal hotspots like this. I mean, Stan Gordon wrote about this in his book called Silent Invasion out there in Pennsylvania, where there were UFO sightings, and then days after in the same area there would be a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch sighting, or vice versa. They happen in very close proximities in time frame and location. So I don't know why you get one or the other. Maybe they're connected. I certainly am leaning in that possibility right now, that they're connected in some way. It's undefined, and authors like John Keel, speculated that there's a single source to these types of events and these weird anomalies. But beyond like Bigfoot and things like that, then you have to deal with the aspect of like wild men or just feral humans that could be out there in the Appalachia. They just are living off the land. They don't want to deal with modern life, and they might look a little grungy, or they might be out there and not be the most cordial people. But that might be a rare encounter too.
Definitely a rare encounter, but I mean, do you think that that's a possibility that we have? I mean, do you think it's possible that we have large enough groups of people that just are wild type people out there still?
So possibly. I don't know how large that group would be, but in the missing 411 community, I guess there are certain people who will attribute missing people in the missing 411 profile to feral humans that are no longer civilized and have reverted back to like a kind of they don't look like cavemen, but reverted back to like a living off the land caveman state, and they will abduct people and take them into cave systems and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if I buy that, because some people go missing in very strange and quick ways that I don't know if you could attribute that to a feral human. I think it's a possibility. I think it's fairly remote though. In some of the stories that I've read about feral people, they turn out to be just a hillbilly with a gun on their hip, and they're going out fishing, and they want to be left alone. So
yeah. Well, we got some new guys popping in here and stuff. We got Brent, Paranormal Portal. Jerry, how you guys doing?
What's going on?
Good, brother. It's great to be here. Thanks a bunch.
I'm glad you guys are popping in and stuff. Just to let you guys know, we were having some tech difficulties on my end when we were first starting this up, so that's why the email came in late, and then we were trying to get it to work, but like basically I'm seeing everything perfect on my screen here, but by the time it gets to my OBS and shoots out to the people, it's like kind of choppy and crappy. I don't know what it is, but it's a little late to try figuring it out now. So we're just gonna roll with it and stuff. But why don't you guys, shout out your stuff before we continue the conversation. Let people know who you are and where you're from.
Go ahead, Brent.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my name is Brent Thomas, and I represent, of course, the Paranormal Portal, which is a YouTube channel as well as a podcast, and we're trying to slowly take over the world. So
Absolutely.
Well, I'm Jerry. I'm half of the co-host of Hillbilly Horror Stories. It's me and my wife Tracy who actually do that, and I've been doing it about 5.5 years. We have a special episode we do each week on Wednesdays called Hillbilly Dead Time Stories, where we do have videos on a YouTube channel that's dedicated strictly to that episode. But pretty much everything's on the podcast channel other than that episode.
Awesome. Well, Jerry, we were just talking about Kentucky a little bit and stuff. And what part of are you part of the area of Kentucky that got hit real hard with tornadoes or no?
No, we're actually in Lexington. We're about 3 hours away from the area that got hit really hard. But we gathered, we put it up to our listeners that we were going to go down there and take some supplies. And our listeners decided they want to be a part. We raised about $2,500 and went down there last Wednesday and delivered a bunch of stuff down there and used some money to buy some chainsaws that they needed and some gas cards, plus all the other baby formula and food and hygiene products and diapers and stuff like that they needed.
That's awesome. Yeah, we're actually donating all the super chats from this live to let me pull it up here. It's called on the website. It's called Team Western Kentucky. It's through Kentucky.gov, and we'll be donating all the super chats to that for this whole video. So hopefully people will continue supporting and giving donations here. In fact, I'll let the audience know right now. So far, we've raised $346.14. So thank you very much for everybody who's been contributing. And if you're inclined to, if you're able to donate, even if it's just a buck or two, every little bit can help build back that state. Because I was stunned. Is Kentucky known for that kind of damage with tornadoes?
No, we get some tornadoes. Obviously, we're in that area, but that was the biggest tornadic storm and damage that's ever been done in the history of the state.
That's incredible. I mean, I haven't seen. I just read about stuff. I don't really. Everybody knows I don't even watch TV half the time. How big was this tornado? I mean, did they capture it on? I'm assuming they caught it on video somewhere.
It was an F4, according to some reports, an F5 according to others. Which if an F5 was what the tornado wasn't Twister, that was such a big deal.
Wow.
So if you to put it in that kind of explanation, something they was the holy grail of storm chasers. That's what this actually was. I was talking to a young lady that lived in Dawson Springs. That was one of the areas we went to that was hit so hard. But she said that 75% of the houses in Dawson Springs were destroyed by the tornado.
Jeez.
it's like a reset event, isn't it? That's terrible.
That's awful.
I see everything in Dawson Springs kind of hit the residential area, and in Mayfield, which is the one that's getting a lot of the pub, it all hit the downtown area there. So it's like their whole downtown area was completely decimated. And then in Dawson Springs, it was the exact opposite. It was a residential area.
Now, I was hearing different rumors about how long this like a single tornado traveled. Was that just a rumor that it traveled like 200 miles or something like that?
No, it traveled through 5 states for a total of 200 miles, because it hit Missouri, it hit Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and I think it hit Indiana also. I'm sorry, not Arkansas. So those 5 states all got hit by this same tornado. It's unheard of. It's most of the time they're on the ground 25 or 30 miles max on the bad ones. And sometimes, less than that, or they'll pick up this one. This one just tore past straight for 200 miles.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah, I mean, I've never lived in an area where tornadoes were frequent. I had one experience where I was sitting in a tractor trailer during a tornado, but I had just picked up a load of like heavy metals, and so my truck was like doing this, but I wasn't going anywhere. But I did still put on my seatbelt, because I was like, if I am gonna take off like Dorothy, I gotta make sure I try to survive this. But I wasn't driving, by the way. That's why my seatbelt was off. But Kyle, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Thanks for joining in. Let the people know who you are
I
and
appreciate you.
tell them about your better half.
I'm Kyle from the Hollow Sky podcast, and Steve, he couldn't be on with us today because his boys are back in town, so he's celebrating Christmas with his family currently. So I'm soloing out today.
I hear you. So we were just kind of like, before everybody started popping on here and stuff, we were talking about metaverse, Bigfoot, all that stuff. Now, Kyle, you said in the text yesterday, I don't know how much you can get into, but you were telling me yesterday when we were texting about some darker stuff you guys have been kind of chomping your teeth into. Is that stuff that you can talk about still, or at least a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of some of it is it's all location based. So Steve has been digging in. Steve's motto for 2022 is Hollow Sky wants all the smoke. We want it all. And he's fully prepared to go into the worst spots for paranormal activity. And one of the ones that we have already visited in the daytime is a cemetery, and super hard to get this location. You can read about it online, and nobody's willing to give the location out. Steve actually hunted it down, and there's a guy in Illinois who has gone all over the place. Chicago, he's broke into old prisons to do paranormal investigations. He's done it all, and this is the one location where one night he left over $500 worth of equipment out there because he was so scared. He tailed it out of there. He was done. He said that the entity there, he calls him the Watcher, and he's a 10 to 12 foot tall cloaked entity that supposedly is protecting a portal there. We haven't seen it for ourselves, so we don't know, but we're going and looking for it.
Well, I mean, I'd say it's crazy, but I just say the word, I'll be there. So,
dude, it's like it. Like we went there during the day, and we pulled in, and then we walked to the back corner, and which is where we both got drawn. And Steve's usually the one that doesn't jump to conclusions. I usually get carried away more than he does. He's way more rational, and he was like, dude, is it me or am I getting like sketch vibes right now? And I was like, oh, 100%. And then we started looking at the headstones. All the headstones are from the early 1800s. And there's at least 5 or 6 of them there that have Freemason imagery on them. All types. Most of the headstones you can't even read anymore. They're so old. So
when you guys go there, are you guys going to take like a psychic with you or a trance medium to try to contact the entities?
We hadn't actually thought about that, but I mean, anything's on the table for us, really. We have a extreme habit of just rolling with the punches, just going with whatever falls in our lap. That's kind of how we operate.
Do you do any so when you would go into like an area like that, it's like a bad vibes, I'm guessing. So when you leave there, do you do any sort of like saging to get rid of bad spirits? Because sometimes these things can follow you home.
Correct. And actually, that's why this conversation came up with Tony last night, because Steve's kind of impartial to all that. He doesn't really, I guess, buy into the bad mojo of things. He doesn't, or for a lack of, he doesn't care. I, on the other hand, like I was telling Tony, I was like, I am trying to research ways into keeping myself protected because I do have little ones. And I don't want to drag things back home because I've heard stories where people have drugged things back home and even their children start seeing it and experiencing what goes on. And I don't want I don't want that for my children.
Why not?
Why would I?
You don't want to put your kid through that kind of, I mean, you as an adult probably could deal with it a little bit more mentally. A kid doesn't need to be woken up in the middle of the night with a screaming witch or anything like that.
Exactly.
Can you imagine that? I mean, yeah, I totally get it. And I'm kind of like Steve along those lines in the sense too, because I'm very, and I know people, they think whatever they want to think, but I'm very nonchalant when it comes to that stuff. Like, I'm just like, like, let's just go check it out, see what happens. Well, what if this happened? Well,
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'm the exact same way.
It's like
I've got peop
I'll cross that road when it comes.
We went to the Sally house and spent the night. And right before that, we had did a live show up in Louisville, and Bishop James Long was there, and he brought us all these different oils and stuff to take in. I'm like, I don't need any of that stuff. He's like, trust me, you do. And I'm like, yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know, like, and I don't want to call it superstition, because I almost feel like, I don't know, like, one, I don't know if I believe it's just superstition. I'm very casual about it. I'm just like, whatever. We did a trip to the Burnbrae Mansion in New York, and we took, I think it was like 17 people up with us, and we spent the whole night there. And I didn't have any crazy experiences, but the one guy, I don't know if I don't know, I don't want to say he was possessed, but he so there's this entity there that supposedly will I don't know if the word attach is the right word, but let's just call it attach. Like, it's like a little girl entity, and she'll attach herself to somebody, typically a man, and they'll be overcome with emotion, and a lot of times they'll wind up crying and things like that. Well, that happened to him, but it was a lot more than what the lady said it would be. I mean, he started feeling sick, depressed. I think maybe even possibly, darker thoughts of maybe even self-harm. I was supposed to talk to him and even record for the show about his experience, and we scheduled it, and then he didn't show up, and he said to me later, like much later, he's like, I just don't feel comfortable talking about it right now. But so I don't really have a clear picture as to what happened, but I know that it really messed him up a lot. And, in that situation and stuff, we just got back on the bus and rode back to Philadelphia. I mean, like, I didn't do any kind of staging. Is that wrong, guys? I don't know.
Well, I think there's environmental hauntings, entities that are part of the imprinted upon the environment. And then there are stuff that is personally happening to you. And so when I had something that happened to me specifically, I got freaked out. But I was a young kid, didn't really realize what was going on or how I could protect myself. But at this point, if I were to go into a situation, I would definitely do some kind of saging, white light protection, all that kind of stuff. Because I think belief is an ultra powerful thing here. And so if you're in that frame of mind, then either you leave yourself open to it, or you're totally shut off from it. So I think perception's half the key there. But I do it personally. If you don't believe it works, then it might not work for you.
I almost feel like
go ahead, Tony.
I was just gonna say, I almost feel like I'm lazy about it. Like, I'm just like, and maybe maybe I just don't take it serious enough. I don't know, but I know that I've been putting myself in different situations where people are like, what are you doing about it? I'm like, nothing, just gonna go. Like, it is what it is. And so I have had very little activity in my personal life since starting to do this kind of stuff. I can get into a story later and stuff, but go ahead, Kyle.
Well, I was just going to say that, like, going back to what you were saying about protecting yourself and such, like, if I were to go to what I would consider a residual haunting, I'm not going to worry about that at all. But if I'm going to go to a place that because Steve knows the guy that everybody calls him, well, I don't want to give his name out. He likes to stay private. Anyways, he's pretty well known around here. And it's the one spot that he said, he's like, Steve, that place is pure evil. I've never been anywhere. I've been to residual hauntings. I've been to all of it, but that's the only place I've ever been to that's pure evil. And that, at the time, this was years before me and Steve even talked about doing the podcast. Steve was going to go start looking into demonology, just wanted to start learning about it. And that's when this guy told him about cemetery, and then said, Steve, you need to be careful with what you're doing, because the devil will follow you home. It doesn't matter if you believe in him or not. He believes in you.
So what do you think the idea of the Watcher is? Is that just a name he gave this thing? Or, because I mean, okay, so like, is he personally attributing it to like the book of Enoch or the Watchers, the fallen angels?
Dude, I don't know. He's a recluse, and Steve is one of the only people that can get him on the line. We've tried getting him to come on the show, and tell his story, but he wants no part of it. To my knowledge, since that experience, he basically has dipped out of the field, wants nothing to do with it anymore. It scared him that much. I don't know why he called him the Watcher, because it's a very curious name. It's a name that I've heard constantly. I've even brought it up to you before in the past about entities being called the Watcher or Watchers.
Yeah.
And I don't know. He says that it's evil there. It's pure evil. Because when Steve found out where it was and he asked him, he's like, "Is it this one?" And he goes, "Why are you there?" And Steve's like, "Why do you think I'm here?" And I was
What
like,
state is
"Oh,
that cemetery in?
Illinois."
Jerry's,
Hey guys, I gotta go, Tony. It's Christmas Eve. I just wanted to
Absolutely.
say thank you, Tony, for inviting me on. I'd love to talk to you guys all again in 2022. But good luck and take care, everyone. Merry Christmas.
see you, Mike.
too.
Hey, Mike, take care.
So yeah, I what'd you just say? Because you just said something I was gonna react to. I forget what you said, Kyle.
I don't know.
Me neither. I was
The
probably gonna say
interesting-
I was probably gonna say something smart. Go ahead.
I was going to say the good thing is if you guys do end up going in there, you have the chance to recover $500 worth of paranormal equipment. So it might not be all bad.
Well, we went there during the day, and the weird thing is that this place is out in relatively not the extreme middle of nowhere, but it's pretty far away from any small town. It's probably, if I had to guess, 20-minute drive from any small town in the area. And the odd thing about it is that it's constantly patrolled at night. They're constantly sending people. It's a one way in, one way out of this cemetery, and they're constantly patrolling it for whatever reason.
The other thing I wanted to say when you talked about a watcher, and I thought that was interesting because I know that, well, I believe in my journey through all of this that sites where they have practiced real dark rituals. Oftentimes there's a couple of things that are believed to happen, like especially in true, dark practices, is that one, they will summon an entity of some kind to be a guardian and to watch over a ritual space and to keep people out of it. And the other thing is that oftentimes people talk about finding, if you ever are in a location like that, and I'm not saying you haven't suggested that it's a ritualistic site, but I mean, if there's something just lingering and there's an active portal, that may be a indication of that. And the other thing is if you do find objects there, leave them alone, because they're apparently it's a practice where they like to curse objects and leave them, and they're valuable objects. Hey, look at this, a cell phone, cool, and you might bring something home with you that way. So I don't,
Yeah.
Again, just some ideas.
No, valid points. Very valid points.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I got to cut out myself. I had some travel plans change this morning. I plan
All
on
right,
being on
Jerry.
a little bit longer, but I just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas,
Christmas.
man. Thanks for popping in.
No problem, brother. Thanks for the invite.
Take care. Yeah, the watcher angle of stuff gets me thinking, and what you said, Brent, is really interesting too. I mean, is it something like, that was summoned to be there to guard maybe a portal of some kind? I very much believe in portals more today than I ever have. Like the idea of things entering and exiting through portals is something that was an idea, but with certain things that I've been uncovering recently more and more, it's I gotta come on the Paranormal Portal sometime to talk about the portals. Like,
Dude, portals have been in history forever. Steve was just telling me about a mountain where the natives swear up and down, and this is probably, back then, but they would say that there would be rocks there that would just swallow people whole.
rocks, like coming to life.
Don't know. I assumed that it would
So-
be more of like they fell into the rock or something,
Yeah.
something of that nature. Maybe, I don't know.
That's interesting. I just read an account on I want to give him a shout out, and I can't remember the name of his IG. Tales of something, the Grid Square. Oh, dang it.
Yeah, Tales from the Grid Square.
Tales from the Grid Square. He just sent me.
awesome.
Yeah, he's awesome. I'm actually broadcasting like the first week of January is going to be all him. We have a public show, the overtime show, and the member show is all him.
Oh, that's awesome.
But he sent me a picture. I guess he posted it on his Instagram of it was a declassified CIA document that was information that they got back in '93 from the KGB, and apparently, according to this document that was released in 2000, or maybe declassified, I don't know when it was actually released. It was the Russians. They had an encounter with a UFO, and I think if I remember correctly, they shot at it or something, and it crashed, and beings came out of it, and there was an altercation, and some kind of beam of bright light that hit the soldiers, and all of them except for two. There's two soldiers that were like standing somewhere where they were blocked from the light. The other soldiers that were hit by the light, supposedly, according to this document, were turned to stone. Yeah. And so, and that's the stone angle. But anyways,
right, gotcha.
It's my mind goes everywhere.
Steve found a CIA document from the Cold War where the Russians had America come over there and help investigate the forest.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow. Woo! It's crazy. Scott, what's up, man?
What's going on, Tony, fellas?
Good morning to
buddy?
you. Good morning to you, Mr. Alaska over there.
I know. Yeah, I've been up since like 3:30. I'm a little tired, but
why are you been
the
up since?
season, right?
Why were you up that early?
I'm just built like that now, man. I got too much stuff to get done all the time.
Good for
I
you,
have to
man.
wake up at 3:30 to keep going.
I like that grind. I like that freaking grind. So shout out who you are, what you do, including the beard oils.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, my name's Scott Walker. I'm one of 3 hosts of the Freaky Deaky. The other 2 couldn't be here, unfortunately. So I am carrying the torch for us. But yeah, just a paranormal comedy podcast. And then I also run Anointed AK, which is, all the beard oils we make, Tony and I together, the collaborations and stuff. So yeah, I keep busy.
Yeah, absolutely. You're expecting. Your wife is expecting. You're not expecting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest, Tony. All right, I got some sympathy pains myself. All right, I'm getting a little bloaty, and so it's getting real over here, But yeah, I can't stay for too long today. But I wanted to hop in, at least say what's up to you guys for a few minutes. So.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the grind you're putting on. Yeah, everybody, you got to check out these guys' podcasts and check out the beard oils that we've had the beard oils for a long time. I get away from promoting certain things, but the beard oils are always available on the website. And if they're out of stock, you'll have it on the website that it's out of stock. But I saw somebody on Instagram put up the Krampus video doing like a review and stuff. Is he like an ambassador for your brand?
Yeah, I think he's got more than I do, Tony. That dude, Mark, is like one of the coolest dudes I've ever met in my life. He is hands down just one of the most supportive guys I've got on the team. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, he's always posting videos and stuff. His layout, everything looks beautiful. Like if you saw my shop and what I work with, it's a nightmare right now. But him, it's just this beautiful display of everything. You're like, okay,
yeah.
So that's how it should be done. I got it.
He's got like these like see-through shelves, and they're lit up, and it's just like it's like it's almost like you're going into like some kind of like secret beard cave where like the vaults, it's just it's awesome. But anyways, definitely appreciate that. Any of the people listening and watching right now that are beard dudes, if you're looking to get some fresh beard supplies and oils, check out anointed.ak, anointed.ak, right? Or no, it's anointed AK
on Instagram.
Yeah, but the website is anointed AK. Yeah, anointedak.com. Yep. And check it out and stuff, and obviously check out the brand that we have. We have a collection over there, different scents like Sasquatch and Dogman and all that kind of stuff. So let's give away some stuff, guys. Okay, because I could talk forever and wind up being like, oh, we gotta do some giveaways. So like we're not gonna do all the giveaways, but we're gonna do some giveaways. Start easing into this because I'm very nervous about my random name generator here working for me. But big shout out to everybody right now that's been giving super chats during this whole live. We've raised $521.11 so far. It'd be really cool if we could raise maybe 1,000 by the end of the day, and be able to send all that off to Kentucky just to help. Obviously, $1,000 isn't like, life changing for rebuilding a city, but every little bit helps. And in this season, it's definitely a great thing for us to be able to do and help others, especially, like I said on the promos. I mean, like when you guys, I am not producing the Dogman documentary. I'm not doing it. My guys are doing it. But I firmly believe that when you see this documentary, you're going to be like, wow, that was really cool. And it all came from Kentucky. So Kentucky gave us so much. Let's give back to Kentucky and help them build back better. And we'll leave it at that. But yeah, thanks. Hey, man. I think people like it. I think people laughed. So, we'll just leave it there. So I got a soundboard too over here, pal. But I can also when I'm cussing you out. So
That'll come in handy.
It's definitely handy. I have this also this button's called Trash Talk. Kyle, you're gonna have to tell me how to use this one, because apparently you can hit this button and talk trash about whoever you're talking to. With like when I'm doing my interview with somebody for Hammer Lane Legends with my dad, I can hit this button and talk trash about the person that I'm talking to, and they won't even hear it. So that's I gotta figure out how to use that. But I kid. Anyways, thanks for the super chat, guys. Keep them coming, because every little bit helps Kentucky. Shout out, I'm just looking at the chats here. Christian Turner, shout out, $10 from the Freaky Deaky podcast. So shout out to Christian.
Oh, that's my father-in-law.
I know. You've mentioned,
shout out Christian.
you said Christian was going to show up with you today, and he didn't show up. We're going to beep, 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 back that up over Christian. Christian, I'm telling you, man, shame on you, but thanks for the $10 anyways. Let's do this. Let's do a random, and you know what, friends, you're just gonna have to trust me, because I have this website with all the names in it, and I'm gonna click a random name, and what we're gonna do is it's gonna pick a random name of one of my members. I uploaded all my members to this thing, and it's gonna pick a random name, and they're gonna win a prize as I pick it. And we're gonna start off with some of the cool stuff that's but not the stuff behind me. So let me pull up the list my wife made me, because she made me a list so I wouldn't forget. Let's see here. We have what we're giving away today. We're giving out 4 light bars, 4 webcams, 3 dash cams, 2 JBL Bluetooth headphones. They're kind of like these that cover your whole ear. It's Bluetooth. We're giving out 1 GoPro. We're going to start off with giving out TC swag. We're going to give out 3 TC t-shirts, 2 TC mugs, and we're also going to give out 4. One person's going to win each, but Scott, you didn't drop this, which you should. Wait, was that just up on the screen, the list that I was reading?
I don't think so.
No, okay, good. I'm trying to learn all this stuff. Scott, tell the people what you've been working on with us, though, with as far as the T-shirts and the states and stuff. Tell them what we're working on and stuff, because we're going to give away each design today. We're going to give out the 4 designs you've created. Nice. We're going to give away 4 of those, and then we're going to give away an ugly Sasquatch sweatshirt. And so, Scott, tell them about these T-shirts and just so they understand at least.
I mean, I've been having a lot of fun with that project, Tony. It's number one, I never knew that there was such a thing as a squonk, and now I'm kind of obsessed with it. So, but yeah, so it's helping me learn a little bit more about cryptids as well. But essentially, the project is just going through each of the states and picking out, I don't know what the most popular cryptid is, and kind of just making a T-shirt design or poster design that kind of works with the Confessionals branding and stuff like that for every state in the country, so that every state is represented via their most popular cryptid. It's been pretty cool so far. Yeah,
and the reason why I had you talk about it is because you and Lindsay have been doing it, so I have no idea. I'm like, I didn't want to say something that wasn't right or true. Like Lindsay said, I have
just going with it. Be like, yeah.
You could have said Tony's giving away $100,000. I'm like, yeah, I guess I am.
Oops. Yeah.
Lindsay had this idea. I'm like, oh, it sounds great. And like a week later, she's like, you know, the idea. I'm like, what idea? And she's like, you know, the idea. And it's like, oh yeah. And it's like we went round and round like that a few times. And eventually, I'm like, here's here's Scott's number. I'm going to open up a group chat. You talk to him, get it all working. I'm sure it's going to be great. So
There you go.
So basically what Lindsay's idea is to go through every state and make a t-shirt / poster design of a cryptid or some kind of legend or lore from that state. And you mentioned about the squonk, which is from Pennsylvania. I never even heard of the squonk before. I was like, I don't know what this is, but Lindsay's picking them out, and
It's wild.
Scott's
Yeah.
making the designs, and we're going to give away these designs today as well. We have one from California, which everybody I'm sure can assume that's Patty. We have Pennsylvania squonk. We have the New Jersey devil, and the fourth one is the West Virginia Mothman. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we're going to give those away as well. Let's start out with the stuff that people don't want, which is the TC swag. I don't know. I don't really wear my logo on my clothing because it's weird, you know? So
It's your face.
yeah, it's my face. It's like what am I going to do with this?
You're
In fact,
always wearing your
Yeah.
logo, Tony.
it's weird. And so I've actually been thinking about and I'm actually, hey, everybody in the comments right here in the chat, let us know what you think about this idea. Should I change the logo? I've been thinking about changing the logo because I'm getting tired of looking at it, to be honest with you. And on top of that, I called the show The Confessionals. And if you know the show, you understand why. It's people coming forward, confessing what they've been experiencing and been through. But people who don't know the show have no idea what I'm doing because they're like, the logo doesn't say anything paranormal. It's The Confessionals. They probably think I'm Catholic or something. We're doing some kind of priestly duties. And it's just like, I've been considering about changing the logo. So let us know in the comments in the live chat here if you think we should change the logo, if we should leave it the same. We've been getting people suggesting, because I've been trying with YouTube more this year, there's new listeners that are just tuning in on YouTube. And like I see comments sometimes like somebody will say, this guy's clearly an Illuminati occultist, undercover, blah, 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 blah. You've been warned. And I'm just like, hi, I'm Tony. You must be new here. Like, I'm like, the genesis of this logo is my artist said, send me a picture of your face shushing. And that's what I did. And he came up with that and I thought it looked cool. So there you go. Like, never really thought about the whole one eye black and white logo thing. I just was like, oh, it looks cool. And I did tell him to do black and white because if you have a logo that's made in black and white and looks good, you can put it in any color and it will look good as well. So that was the whole point behind the black and white, not the checkered floor Illuminati masonry stuff. So, anyways, let's give some stuff away before I talk anymore. I'm going to hit this random name generator here. It's randomizing. And we have... Scroll. David Brown, and he is the winner of the first TC t-shirt. So he's going to get the Confessionals t-shirt shipped to him. David, if you are watching right now, let me open up the phone lines here. Friend, actually, let me hold off on the phone lines for a second here. I have the phone line set to only house 10 callers on hold. So if you get kicked off, that's why. You can keep trying to call back once I hang up with somebody, but we're going to actually not open the phone line just quite yet. But David Brown, if you are watching and you want to call in when I open up the phone lines, awesome. If you don't call in, we will email you for your address. So shout out to David Brown for winning the first prize of the day. David Brown! All right.
That's David Brown.
David Brown. I mean, that's such an American name too, David Brown. It wasn't even hard to read. Like I'm very nervous about getting somebody's name that I just don't know how to pronounce. You know. Let's give away some more stuff here. Let's start out with. Let me move this over here so I don't keep doing that. Let's see here. And you guys, I gotta keep track of this, or else I'm gonna wind up giving away everything, and Lindsay's gonna yell at me for like. Spending
10
way
minutes in.
Yeah, she's gonna be like, how many t-shirts did you give away? I'm like, 100. She's like, you know how much that's gonna cost us? And so, irresponsible Tony over here, she's trusting me to run the ship. I think she's gonna pop in at some point and stuff, and she'll hang out because my brother Jack was supposed to be here, and he's not. So we'll have to reprimand him later, I guess. Should we give away another T-shirt? I mean, or should we go? Let's go with a mug. Let's give away another mug here. So let's randomize a name here. Shout out to David Brown for being the first winner of today's raffles, and we got Jeremiah Gonzalez. Jeremiah Gonzalez is going to win a mug. Let me actually type this in here. Jeremiah. You guys that are hanging out here with me and stuff, just send me your addresses, by the way. I'll send you something. It'll be fun. It'll be a nice little thank you here for hanging out with me on the holiday. Just shoot it over to me and we'll be good. So we got
Appreciate that.
Jeremiah Gonzalez and David Brown are winners. And let's see here. All right, cool. All right. I just gave away 2, but we've been doing this for about an hour and a half. We got about 2.5 hours to go. I think we should be good. Let's keep giving away stuff. I'm telling you, this is what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna run out of stuff and be like,
Might as well.
I'm like, here's this, here's that, here's this, here's the birth certificate for my son. Just
Next up is
everything.
the microphone.
Have a microphone. You get a car. Everybody gets a car.
Your chair.
Yeah, so actually, you know what I have here? I actually have, I do have this set up, so I think. Yes, Scott shirts. There we go. So we're going to give away one of Scott's designs. Now, listen, since he's here, why don't you tell me what we should start with?
Oh man, you know it's gonna be Squonk. It has to be
Yeah,
Squonk.
it has to be.
I'm too wrapped. The name, everything, it just comes together so beautifully.
Okay. Okay. Let me pull this up here. Why is it not working? Come on. Oh, you know what? I think I know why.
Because you're live. That's
There we
why it's
go.
not working.
No, I moved it to a different monitor, so I wasn't reading it. So that is the Squonk T-shirt, friends. Let me zoom in here on the logo. Pennsylvania's The Squonk, home to America's ugliest cryptid, and I would say that's definitely an ugly cryptid. Scott, how'd you come up with that? Like that design? Did you find the Squonk somewhere?
I mean, look, man, I don't think you understand how deep I was diving in Google trying to figure out what this thing even looked like. Like, if that's not what the Squawk looks like, I apologize to people, but that's about as close as I could get, you know?
Oh, man. Listen, I think it is one ugly thing. And let's see who's going to win this. Maybe somebody from Pennsylvania will win it. That'd be kind of cool.
There you go.
Let's see here. And by the way, just letting people know, this random raffle drawing is for members to the confessionalspodcast.com. This is my way of saying thank you for all those who have given the Merkle tribe so much over the years. We want to start making this a tradition where on Christmas we give back to those who have given to us. And so I just told Lindsay yesterday, I think we're going to do something, maybe not the same time. I don't know. We'll see how it works out and stuff. Maybe not even the same length of time, because I committed to doing a 4 to 5 hour show, and I thought my brother would be here in studio with me, and he's not. So like, I just gotta roll with it. And when you schmucks leave me, I'm gonna be by myself.
We got you, Tony. We got you. That's all right.
So, anyways, the first winner of one of these new custom T-shirts, the State Cryptids and Lore. I hope I'm describing it correctly, Scott, is Tony Martin. Tony Martin's gonna win the Squonk T-shirt. Let me put that in there before I forget.
Congrats, Tony.
Tony Martin. That's a great name. Tony Martin.
Yeah. I heard Tony M and I was like, wait a second, where's this going?
Tony Merkel!
Whoa.
Yeah, I win! Like, seriously. Why not? But I'm definitely gonna have all these, by the way. So it's the first time I'm selling apparel in my store in the existence of the show that doesn't have my face on it. Like, Lindsay created this design. The Aliens T-shirt is available. She's been creating cool stuff this year, and then you created that. I mean, up till this year, like it's just been, hey, do you want my face on your shirt? Because that's all we offer, And sometimes it's like the confessionalspodcast.com underneath. Like, that's about it. And so I'm just like, nobody buys my apparel. It's because it sucks.
Hey, Tony, I snuck your face in all these designs, so don't worry. Right?
Yeah,
It's still there.
I'm glad you kept it small though. So. All right, so we gave away a mug, a TC T-shirt, and a Squonk T-shirt. Let's start off with let's actually open up the phone lines now. Let's do that. Let me move the t-shirt out of here so people can see the chat better. And the call-in number. There we go. Open phone lines, friends. You can call in, bring a conversational topic, say hello, whatever. We're probably not going to, unless you're like the only person on the line and nobody else is calling in, then we can talk to you forever. But if there's other people calling in, we're not going to have like full-blown interviews today. But feel free to call in. The phone number is there on the screen. It's 512-866-7243. 512-866-7243. Give us a call here in the bunker of the Confessionals. Brent, man,
Some 90s flashbacks there.
yeah, hey, man, like I'm still trying to figure it all out. That's why I was gonna ask Brent. I mean, he's been doing these live YouTube shows and stuff with call-in numbers. I mean, like, it seems like I don't know if there's an easier way of doing it, but on my end, I'm using OBS, and it's just like I feel like there's got to be an easier way of doing this, and it's probably called a producer. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the best way is to have someone else do it.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm over here and I'm like doing a 4 to 5 hour show live, talking, pushing the buttons, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Like, I need Jack here, and he's I literally was planning on sitting on this side of the table today. Jack was gonna sit here and run the ship, and I could just focus on talking and hanging out with people, and apparently that's not happening. So everybody can hit up Jack on Instagram and pound him for it. No, he's moving today. So you guys can give us a call, and shout out to the people doing the super chats here. Let me just do that real quick. We have $556.10 we've raised now for super chats. And I see some people dropping $99.99 super chats. We've had a couple of those. Shout out to you guys for dropping the big bucks in the holiday season and stuff. Thanks so much. Every little bit helps to build back Kentucky. So, all right, we're filling up on the phone lines here. Let me bring on our first caller here. And this is somebody from Kentucky here. Looks like we have a Kentucky caller here, so perfect. Caller, what's going on?
What's going on, Tony?
Kyle, what's going on? This is Kyle from Dog versus Dogman, the episode that took us down to Kentucky. What's going on, Kyle?
I'm just working a little overtime today up here at the Bourbon Barrel Mill, and a little bit late, but I'm just doing security duty, so I can call in and see what's going on. I mean, I just want to say I appreciate it, man. Everything that you're doing for the Kentucky Relief, the stories out of Kentucky are just, they're really, really heartbreaking. I mean, I was talking to you, and like there were seven children taken off one street, 7 children who aren't going to be opening any Christmas presents, and things can be replaced, but people can't. And people in Western Kentucky and Mayfield they're really suffering, and I mean, my heart goes out to them, and they need as much help as they can get. And I just want to call in and say, that I appreciate that and everything that you're doing. And I've told you for a long time now that anything Kentucky, if I ever go check out a podcast or anything in the search engine or whatever podcast I'm on, I always type in Kentucky to see what pops up. And there's a lot of podcasters out there who have Kentucky callers or that do podcasts with Kentucky folks, and you're the only one that I've seen thus far that's been willing to give back to those people, and I appreciate it.
Man, it's all good, man. It's all good. I always feel awkward when people compliment me. So let's. I just think it's something that would be good to do. I thought it'd be a fun thing to do, a uniting thing to do for the audience and stuff. Because I'm giving away stuff today for people, but I was like, why not have the people viewing have the opportunity to give to a good cause? So I think we're gonna do this every year. Hopefully there's not a tornado somewhere every year we got to give to.
Oh.
But, we're gonna do this kind of a show every year where we do raffles, and then the people doing the super chats, that money gets donated to a good cause. I'm very for I'd say about 10 going on 15 years now, I've been very passionate about stopping human trafficking, and just the dark side of that, like from just the idea of sex slave workers to the child abuses that go into that stuff and the trafficking. I've been very passionate about that stuff, and so I actually have some friends that run nonprofits combating that. And so maybe one of these years we'll do something like that where we'll give to one of those organizations or my friend's organization or something like that. So. But yeah, Kyle, man, I appreciate you calling in and stuff. We had a great time in Kentucky with you, and I was just earlier. You probably didn't catch it if you came in later. I was talking a little bit.
Just now. I've been working with people.
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit of what happened, but obviously I didn't talk about everything because I didn't want to spoil the documentary. But I mentioned I talked about how what I saw the last day, what I thought I saw. I don't even know if I told you. What I thought I saw the last day there and stuff, but I talked about it earlier in the show. I'll tell you off air and stuff. I don't want to repeat it, but I definitely appreciate you calling in.
Okay, without saying anything about the documentary, I have one question for you. Okay, a specific moment that you know exactly what I'm talking about when you were in Kentucky, and it was just you and I specifically, and we saw something. Without saying too much,
yeah.
If we could go back in time and you were to have a firearm in your hand, would you have shot at what we saw?
I did have a firearm, and I didn't even think about shooting.
No, Joe had it.
No, I had a.
He had a shotgun.
Yeah, but I did have a sidearm on me. I mean,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna go naked. So yeah, I definitely.
Have you thought about that any?
Have I thought about what?
Have you thought about that any? Like, I think that if we would have thought in the moment to take a shot at what we saw with the theory behind cloaking, what could have happened?
I honestly, dude, I didn't even think about it until you bring it up. So now I'm actually regretful because at one point
I think about it every day.
At one point, you and I were standing there seeing this. Joel and Christian had already gone around the hillside, and Ward was going up around the side out of the direction of where I would have been firing. I would have had a clear, and it wasn't far from us. It was like what, 20, 30 feet?
Yeah.
Jeez, man, I didn't think about that. Shoot.
For your audience, do you think that was something that we saw, that we were looking at, that was natural or unnatural?
No, it had to be unnatural to me because of it was broad daylight, and what we were seeing shouldn't have been possible.
Was not supposed to be possible.
Yeah, and that followed right after.
Everybody.
That followed right after.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That followed right after the big experience that set us off in that area. So it very well could have been something related. And then what I saw the last day there and stuff, it just, I don't know, a very bizarre area. I know we'll be back down there, man. Kyle, yeah. I gotta tell you before you get out of here, I thought you were mad at me or something because we text quite often, and then like you just stopped answering my text for like 2-3 weeks. I'm like, what the heck? And then you text me and you said that you had to get a new phone and all that stuff. I was like, oh, okay, sounds good. I thought I said something that upset you. I'm glad we're here on Christmas and airing out all the dirty laundry.
Oh no, Lord no! Like I said, and I had some controversy on getting a new phone even before you guys came, and then my phone actually just pooped out on me, and they sent me the wrong phone. I ordered one online, but then I sent it back in. So by the time I got my phone back, it was 3 weeks, and then I went back to texting you like nothing even happened.
I know,
but I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and as soon as I get off the phone call, I'm gonna click over on the YouTube and let's start donating to a good cause, everybody.
$1 million.
I'm about to do it. Yeah, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Well, God bless. Merry Christmas. I love everybody. I hope everyone has the best Christmas they can have, and let's try to make it possible for those who are going to have a hard time this year.
Absolutely, man. Kyle, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'll see you.
All right. That was Kyle. I mean, how about that? Starting the phone calls off with Kyle. What's up, man?
I just want to let you know I do got to take off myself,
All right.
but I'm going to try to connect with you at the tail end of the show. I just have something going on in the next hour here. But to Scott, in case you take off before this, be careful with the sympathy pregnancy, because I kind of gained weight and stuff with my wife, and she gave birth 6 years ago, but I'm still in my third trimester, so just be careful.
Sound advice.
Yeah, I
This is very sound. Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Brent, appreciate you, brother.
All right, I'll be back later.
Yeah, speaking about
Okay,
the weight gain, I freaking guys, I put on weight when I started having kids, and so, but I
When you looking jacked, what are you talking about, man?
well, I've been working out. I've been working out. Got a trainer.
shows. It
He's
shows.
training me. My body hurts. All that. I'm trying to get serious about working out again, and it's hard because I absolutely hate it, and he's like Mr. CrossFit, boo, and so like I'm just like, I told him, I was like, listen, man, I don't want to go to a gym. I don't want to work out at a gym. And he's like, well, it would be cheaper if you went to a gym instead of paying me personally. I'm just like, dude, I don't want to make friends. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to go to a gym where they're like, hi, I'm so-and-so. No, not interested. I just want to get in shape. And so like I'm paying my friend to work out, work me out. And he has access to the gym. So we go at like 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, we're working out. And then like on some off days, we'll go to his personal gym that he has. And it's better this way for me. I don't want to make friends. I got enough friends right here. So
I never thought about the gym as a place to make friends.
the cross, I like, listen. I don't know. Maybe it's a misconception, but just when I see videos of these CrossFit people, it's like team, and we're all gonna run down the road together, and we're all gonna flip tires together. I'm like, I don't want to be friends with you, and I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to work out with you. I don't want to know you. I just want to get in shape, And if it means
like
make
community.
Yeah, like if it means I have to be your friend, I'd rather be fat. Like just being honest.
I mean, it's a nice sentiment, but
for some, but not for me. I got enough people to chat with in my life. I don't need any more people. Anyways, fellas, introduce yourselves, the new boys.
Well, hey, Tony, thanks for having us on. We are the Beliefful Podcast. Hello, I'm Jeremy, John, and Chris. We're all brothers, if you can't tell. Yes, that is true.
Could not tell.
Yeah, thanks for having us, man. This is awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be here for a good cause. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know that until towards the end of joining us. That's pretty sweet, man.
Yeah, it was something that I'm the kind of person, I tend to have an idea and then I just figure out how to get there along the way. And so it was an evolving idea. Like it first started out as we're going to do a live show, and then it's like, we're going to do a live show. We're going to give away a bunch of cool prizes. And then it was like, we're not just going to give away the Confessional swag. I'm going to go out and do some shopping, and I'm going to give away really cool stuff like a GoPro. I was actually going to give away a PS5, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I wanted to give people somebody a PS5, but they're sold out everywhere. So I took the money I was going to spend on a PS5 and split it up in a bunch of other prizes. So
that's a lot.
That's awesome.
Are we excluded from the
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Like
participation prizes here.
I'm literally, anybody who's tuning in here to talk with me and stuff, I'm using you. You get nothing. So no, I'll hook.
You're
honest.
I said to the guys before you came on and stuff, I'm actually going to hook everybody up with some swag and stuff. I'll send to you guys.
That's unnecessary. Awesome, man.
Yeah, it's going to happen. So just make sure you send me your address.
We'll take free stuff. Don't turn down free stuff.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, free's for me. I'm always taking free stuff. I'm down for that. In fact, speaking of free stuff, where's the camera? There's the camera. If you have a T-shirt that you want me to wear on camera, send it to me for free, and I'll wear it. So if you have a business you want to promote or something, just let me know. I'll promote it on my freaking. I like free clothes. So like, if you send me a T-shirt or a hoodie,
yeah.
I'll
gotta
freaking
print some
wear it.
shirts then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Podcasters like Freaky Deaky, all you guys. Hollow Sky.
You just signed up for it. Tony.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I got Hollow Sky T-shirt already, and I wore that on an interview that's on YouTube somewhere. So, yeah.
Awesome. Represent.
Got to represent those who are cool with me. Like, there's a line in a song that I can't accurately quote right now because it's too vulgar, and when I'm on the airwaves, I try to be professional. But it essentially says, I don't mess with people who don't mess with, or how's it go now? Now I'm gonna mess it up because I'm trying to think of the clean way of saying it. I don't mess with people who mess with people who don't mess with me. So it's basically like if you mess around with people who are against me, I don't want anything to do with you. So everybody who's here, I'm cool with. So like, just send me your swag. We're good. Like, no,
Speaking of
That's
here,
great news.
I was gonna say, speaking of here, Scott, what's up, man?
Oh yeah, man.
Good to see you, buddy. And who's the other fellow? I don't think we've met.
I don't know who he is. He just showed up.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
in
that's what I
Alaska, I
do.
think.
Yep. I am. My room is a mess right now. I got all the Christmas presents right in here behind me.
Oh,
so.
nice. Well, that looks great.
I'm Kyle from the Hollow Sky podcast.
What's up, man?
That's
Nice to meet you, man.
What's going on, buddy?
Name.
Yeah,
I like that name.
I forget how we got connected, Kyle. I think it was on Instagram. Like,
Yeah.
it was because you guys were popping in on my live, and
Yeah.
like if you read Instagram like names and stuff, or like it's probably this is on Twitter too, but I hang out on Instagram mostly. It's weird. Like people make weird names, and you're
Yeah.
when I'm trying to give a shout out to people, it's like shout out to Schlimding Lemnon Nuts, you know? it's like I don't know what this is.
My
So
best friend, yeah.
I know that guy.
so
Great dude.
so I get in this mode of where I'm just like reading it as it sounds. I'm not even worried about doing it correctly. And so their podcast, the Hollow Sky, what was I saying? Holoski or something like that?
Lowski, that's great.
And I'm not kidding. I was in the video typing it out because we spell it HOLOSKY, and I was like, no, Tony, HOLLOWSKY. Say it as one word, and he goes, Holoski.
Holoski. Polish.
Nailed it. You nailed it.
Hello, Ski. Yeah.
So
Great.
I mean, right there we became best friends. So, but
Names
yeah,
are tricky. Ours is tricky. Belief hole. You know, if you don't say it
Yeah.
slow enough, it's like belief hole.
Alexa sure doesn't know what it is. It's
No.
like, believe her? Yes, you can. It doesn't translate very well.
I appreciate everybody though. I appreciate everybody that is coming on today, and there's more people that are gonna be popping in and out, I'm sure. But all you guys that are making time on Christmas Eve, I know it wasn't easy for everybody, and that's why I just said if you can show up, cool. If you can show up for a little bit, cool. If, whatever. There's no expectations. But like you guys, Believe Whole Brothers, you know, you reached out to me about your show and stuff, and I just gotta give you some attention right now because you guys do a fantastic job with the production of your show.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Like
Appreciate
seriously, I mean, there's what I do, which is I want to make sure my audio is clear and good audio. And then there's what you guys do, which is what I would call artistry. I mean, it's really
Oh, wow.
artistic with what you do. Like I sit down and I talk to people. I don't have notes. I went live today. I went live to go 4 to 5 hours today, and I had no idea what I was going to talk about. I'm just like, we're going, let's do this.
Yeah.
And like, I'm conversational. I record my conversations. I produce them, make it sound good, and it goes. What you guys do, that's some serious good quality. It's just, I love it. So
Thanks, man. Thank
I
you
just
so
wanted to
much,
make
man.
sure.
Yeah. We got lucky, I think, that we were all born into the same family. I mean, it's had its drawbacks as well, but I think that we all have different passions. You know, John's a sound engineer, and Jeremy and I are super into the subject matter we talk about. We love researching. And then I think the three of us as brothers just have a really good time, you know, discussing this stuff, you know, making
Yeah.
fun of each other on occasion, and, you know, but
Yeah.
and we all have different extreme passions in different areas of the topics we cover. So, you know,
Yeah.
someone's more into one aspect, he kind of covers more, and
Or we call each other out on stuff when
Nice.
if we're, you know,
Yeah.
debating certain topics or like, well, you don't really believe that. What are you talking about? So it's nice, you know, we just get to be ourselves. But the difference with you, I like about yours, it's obviously you put out so much more content. Like ours are episodic in a sense, like because there's so much production and stuff, which is kind of a downside to ours. Right. But at the same time, like, you know, it's just a different kind of show. I think
it feels like giving birth when you finally get it out
yes,
there.
Yeah.
because you physically
Yeah.
like you're,
And I have the
you're
baby
dying.
weight. My baby weight is from production.
Baby weight. Yes, that's true. It's not a healthy.
Sitting
It's not a
and
healthy
A
lifestyle.
lot of doing this.
Yeah, a lot of editing.
Yeah.
Relatable.
I absolutely love it. I love the way you guys go about it, and you do a really good job. And I don't listen.
Thanks, man.
I don't listen to a lot of podcasts. I don't listen. I don't listen to your podcast. I heard the episode that I was on. I was like, holy crap! And I listened to like part of an episode when you first contacted. And everybody here, I don't listen to your podcast. You know this. Like I don't.
Right. Yeah.
I
I think
just
that's kind of in the industry.
broken.
You're just-
Right, yeah.
Right.
It's hard.
Don't
Once
take
you start,
offense.
I think you start because you have a passion for, conversation and listening, depending on what kind of podcast you're into. But for me, it was, research into high strangeness. And we started doing the show and I stopped listening to most
Like
of
our
my
favorite
my favorite
podcast,
podcast on the regular anyway.
It's just like your brain stops being
Yeah.
able to listen to this what
Right.
you're doing. It's kind of weird.
Mhm.
It can only take so much.
There's the bandwidth. There's the bandwidth issue.
Yeah.
And the more serious you take what you're doing, it's like you don't have space for everything else.
Exactly.
And it's just it can be hard. And so I mean, for me, when I first started transitioning like that, there was a natural transition of like, as far as the paranormal type stuff, it's just like I interview a lot of people on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Like I don't have a sweet tooth for it. Like I'm like, oh, I got a hankering for a paranormal story. Like I'll have one this evening. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
But then there's also the side of it as well where I was very nervous about, which was I didn't want my creativity of whatever I'm doing being affected by something else that I've listened to. So like I don't want to listen to somebody's show and then like even subconsciously, because I would never do it on purpose, was subconsciously like start producing and making my show sound like the parts of it's coming into like sounding like theirs, because I don't want to steal people's. I like the fact that my podcast is my podcast, your podcast is your podcast, and if there's similarities on a lot of the stuff, but like at the same time, I don't want to ever feel like looking back at my show, I'm like, holy crap, I wound up stealing like half of what I do, like
Right.
So-
But I think any podcast as they get going, the longer they're doing it, the more you have developed your own tone. Like even if someone starts, I feel like, 'cause I've heard shows where they kind of start the sound, that sounds familiar, but then over time, I think you find a voice. And then
A
if
lot of
you're- if you-
shows,
like you said, if you are serious about it, you don't have time to listen to other shows and you kind of verge into your own territory and really get your voice.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But starting out, like I listened to our very first episodes, and they're a lot of fun. They're also very kind of crazy, and
Chaotic.
very chaotic,
A little
and
drunken.
but that's also how like almost every podcast starts. Listening back, but then eventually everyone kind of diverges into their own kind of.
Yeah, you get a feel for
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way it was for me. I mean, when I first started, I was very timid behind the microphone. I didn't know what exactly I wanted the show to sound like. I didn't know exactly how to go about it. Personally, like officially, I'll call it an interview, but personally, it's more just a conversation. But when I first started, I was like, interview. Okay, I have to have these preset questions and all this stuff, and I'm just like, it's not me. It's not me.
Right.
And so I started relaxing, just holding conversation, and over time, being comfortable with the idea that everything I'm saying is going to be, consumed by the public and for scrutiny and all that stuff. And the best part is when you get to the point where you're just like, I don't freaking care. Like I just like I'm just I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be who I am, and if you don't like me, it is what it is. Once you get to that point, everything's great.
Yeah, we
Right.
kind of had a kind of a rubber band, I feel like, because when we started, we weren't expecting, we didn't set out to become podcasters. We did it because John was a sound engineer in Austin. He's like, I have a studio, I'm producing a podcast. You want to?
Let's have those conversations we always have.
we have
Yeah,
these
we
insane.
we have many ways all the time, so it's
Yeah.
just like a natural.
Yeah, so we hopped in there,
extension.
right? And so when we started, it was kind of this: let's just hang out and do what we always do, have some drinks, have some crazy conversation, and then it started to pick up a little bit, and we're like, maybe we should take this a little more seriously. And then over time, it developed into like heavy research, sound design, skits in our expansion episodes. It became more of a flight. It almost made us a little bit. Like I feel like it formed around us. If that makes sense.
And now we can't escape it.
Yeah. Now
So-
we are in the belief holes become all consuming at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and with that point and stuff, to all the guys here, do you feel like your shows have almost shaped you in a sense? I mean, because I know I feel like that. I mean, I am not the same person that started on episode 1. I don't think the same way. I've heard a lot of stories that have shaped my mindset, that have set me off on paths of reading and trying to understand certain things. And even just recently, I have a story that it's mind blowing. I mean, it's so I'm starting a whole other podcast just for this story. It's that big. And it's shaping the way I view everything that I'm doing. Like I'm now interviewing people, and there's little pieces that they say that I hear, and I'm just like, that relates to that story. That relates to that.
Connecting dots.
It's like it's
What's the
connecting that.
story?
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. All right. So let me do it. Let
Come
me.
on, it's Christmas Eve, Tony. Come
It's
on.
Christmas
Yeah,
Eve. Give
so-
us a present.
Gonna
All right,
build
I'll-
it up like that, and then
I'll do this. I don't know how far I'm gonna go, but I'll go.
give us a teaser.
I'll just give you a brief summary because this is it's a lot. Like I'm talking to a lot of people all over the world. I'm finding people in South Africa that I'm trying to get a hold to, trying to get this guy to think it's a good idea to even talk to me about what I think I know he knows. And so like it's just crazy. But I had a guy contact me about a paranormal experience, and you know, when I read the emails and stuff, you kind of get an understanding like, okay, this is probably going to be, you know, an hour interview. This is probably gonna be like 2 hours. Let's, you know, maybe split it into two. This one seems like it's gonna be a 20-minute. And that's what that felt like. I felt like this is gonna be about 20, 30 minutes, and which is fine. And so I sat down with him and I connected with him and I said, you know, all right, so you know, we're talking. I kind of hang out and talk with people before we start recording. And when we start talking about the business, I said, okay, so we're gonna be talking about this here, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. And he's like, and I'm like, okay, and what? And he said, I had that experience, and I have a friend who I've had weird experiences with, and those weird experiences kind of relay into my brother in a weird way. And I'm just like, all right, cool, let's do it. And I'm like, I have no idea what he's going to talk about, you know? And I like it like that. I like it like that because then the audience gets to hear authentic reaction. And sometimes it's not great because I literally am like, I don't know what to say. Like, you know, I'm just like, I don't know. But so he tells me the story that starts everything off. So he graduated high school, and him and his friend were going to be going to the military, I think the Marines. And before they left, they just wanted to get away. So him, his friend, and his friend's family went up into somewhere in an undisclosed location, and the parents had a building, like a commercial building that they bought, that they were renovating, and so they were hanging out there. I don't know. He's inside the building, everybody's outside, campfire or something like that, and he hears something walking up to him, but he doesn't see it, and so he's like, weird. That's his first time he's ever had anything weird in his life happen, paranormal wise. He doesn't say anything, goes to bed that night. Him and his friend are in this room, they're sleeping, and he wakes up, and he doesn't know why he woke up, but he wakes up and he sees this dark black entity leaning over his friend, like had like a black misty kind of thing coming off its back, and it had these long fingers, and it was doing something. I don't know how to describe it, but he wakes up, he sees this, and he's like, what the is that, you know? And the whole family wakes up, and he's like, I saw it, and they're like, okay, go back to sleep, it's okay. And he's like, you know, but when he yelled that, this thing turned towards him, like leaned in towards him, and like, I don't know, like hissed or something, and just kind of like, you know, like, and he said it went out the window. And so that's the story that he emailed me about. And I was like, okay, this is gonna be like a 20-minute conversation, you know? It turns out though that he has another friend that has abilities, and so he talked to his friend about this situation, and his friend's like, oh yeah, I know what that is. This is how you handle it if you ever see it again, all that. And then he transitions into this whole other. We talked for like an hour and a half about this. His friend. I've never talked about this publicly. I really got to be careful with what I say because I don't have everything. Let me put it this way. Through what he has seen with his own eyes, his friend do, it puts a whole other spin on what we know about reality. And his friend can access something. I don't know if it's another realm, dimension, a physical world of some kind, but his friend can access this. And originally it's through the dream state, lucid dreaming, but not entirely, because his friend can do it on demand anywhere at any time.
Really?
Well, it's kind of like a remote viewing sort of thing.
No,
Deeper than that. He
Like,
can't say.
This,
He cannot
th-
say.
th- no, like like if it was remote viewing, I wouldn't be so flabbergasted.
Right.
like can
yeah.
Like,
affect physical reality. sort of
Very
thing?
much.
So you can see.
Okay.
Like he has seen his friend
Spoon bender.
leave, and something
Really?
comes in his friend's placement.
Like okay, his actual physical presence,
Physically.
form.
So
Okay,
like
I
his,
don't
like
know.
like
Yeah,
his
that's
friend,
pretty
when his friend leaves, something from the other side replaces his friend in his friend's body, but the body will change. Like I'm talking like grow. He saw his friend grow 7-8 inches.
What?
Now
Wow,
listen,
that's- yeah.
listen.
Yeah.
He also, that wasn't the first time. The first time he saw his friend do something crazy, which was his introduction to this whole thing. He saw his friend, once the whole thing happened, he saw his friend run superhuman speed, like Captain America fast. And that was his introductory to like the physical side of things. Now, the thing is, I wouldn't be so like it's a great story. I'm telling you right now, it's a great story. And I wouldn't be like, oh my God, you know? But what's really blowing my mind is that part of his story has been confirmed and backed up by another person that I contacted. So this is where it gets crazy deep and trippy. His friend has other friends that he taught how to do this, and they do it together. And
wow.
there's other people in this world that do this, and I believe they do it separate from his friend. I think his friend is just one of many people that
Just
can
one
do
of
this.
many. Yeah, that's a terrifying
Right.
thought. I guess
But-
depending on the
Depends-
motivation.
Yeah.
So years ago, there was a book written, and this book was written about his friend by somebody involved in the situation. This person wrote a book that was supposed to be fictional, but it's about his friend. When he started seeing his friend do this stuff and was like mind blown, he's asking questions, and his friend just at some point was like tired of talking about it. He's like, here, just read this book. It's written about me. It's written to be fiction, but it's not fiction. It's real. And so he reads this book. It's over 500 pages, and he reads it multiple times. When I'm interviewing him, he has the book right in his hand. He shows it to me. On the actual interview, we're going to blur it out. We're not going to give the name of the book to people. There's many reasons why. First,
Can you Morse code the name of the book over to me?
no.
Just like,
But
No Morse code. Wow.
the book isn't available anymore, and he sent me a copy of the book. I have it here at the house, and I found the author, the one who wrote the story.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
And I
Collaboration
had
time.
like a two and a half hour long conversation with her, and she backed up everything this guy told me
No
and
way.
more.
That's huge. Yeah. That's huge. Yeah.
And she was closer with this guy than the guy I originally interviewed, and so she told me more stuff, and it's like it's deep, man. Like they talk about characters in the book that I have now I believe I found in real life, and I got to figure out how I'm going to contact this person. One, for that person to not just block me, but also there are certain people that I'm finding that she does not want me to contact, and I don't want to lose her as a contacter.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
just like
Yeah, you're right.
it's tricky,
That
dude.
is a huge story.
it's
You wanted to-
it's
yeah.
so deep. Like I found a guy in South Africa that I strongly believe is tied to this, and I don't think he's tied to it in the sense that he knows the people I'm talking to. I think
Similar phenomenon.
I think it's exact.
Yeah.
I just think that he's in South Africa doing his thing, and I don't know if he's doing it still, but it's trippy, guys. It's really
Yeah,
trippy.
dude.
I'll have to.
Sounds
when
like it,
when is
yeah.
that coming out? Do you know yet?
Do you know how to present it? Like if you like,
I-
obviously have to figure out what
lot of
you
work
can
done
say
left to
and
do,
how do you
probably.
frame a story without giving,
So
telling it interestingly.
so I
Yeah.
so this story has lots of facets. Okay, involves his brother, and his brother doesn't know his friends. It's like almost impossible for it to be a hoax kind of thing. But some of the things that happened in this story, I've heard on my show before, and
Right.
it was weird at the time, but I didn't know what to make of it. And all of a sudden I'm hearing it being repeated with a lot more context around it. I'm like, holy crap. So now I'm contacting the
Pieces
people.
fall into place.
I'm contacting people that I've had on the show before, talking to them about this certain specific things. And some of the people are like, how did you know that? You know, like all that, you know? I mean, I'm talking about, like, this is getting into like fallen angels, Azazel stuff, like Azazel being brought up, and like tons of, like,
Crazy.
It's literally everything that I have done over 5 years. I feel like I found the centerpiece of a puzzle where everything's connecting to, and it's blowing my mind. Yeah.
Is it demonic
that.
at all?
I don't know. I think there's definitely part of
Right.
it is demonic.
It does sound like that.
There no doubt in my mind there's parts of this that's demonic.
Right.
I just don't know what parts, and I don't know if it's all demonic or if only parts of it. It has me in my bag. I don't have it. I usually have my Bible sitting, but like I've been looking in Revelation a lot, because there's things happening in Revelation that seems to be popping up in this storyline, and I'm just like, what are we dealing with here? You know, I'm not sure. But
Fascinating.
I have a feeling more and more this is gonna be I just feel like where we're going in history, like
Reality's
more of
changing.
these things are gonna start happening.
Creeping through the veil.
Right. That's
Yeah.
kind of how I feel like we're just at that time period.
Yeah.
I agree.
where The
That's
veil
probably
is
why they're
thinning.
making a giant black obelisk to record our history
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
next civilization.
And you see that theme coming out a lot too in movies right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, do
I
you see they're really doing that? They're really
Yeah.
making that black obelisk for the next civilization.
So crazy.
wow.
So crazy how this stuff is
Yeah.
like, what do they call that? Predictive
That's a
programming.
pessimistic.
Yeah.
You see that in fiction
Yep.
for so long, and then
Right.
they're just, it's just to get you prepared for this idea. you know?
Yeah.
And
Well, what
here
do you
it
think the
is.
odds are, and what's happened the past 2 years? What have they just been blasting down everybody's throat? Disclosure on UFOs, just
Oh,
constant
absolutely.
Yeah.
disclosure.
Oh,
And then
we're
they're
gonna
like,
tell you now.
and by the way,
Don't you
we're
wanna know?
gonna make an obelisk over here just in
Exactly.
case things go south.
But really don't
Yeah.
look at it too closely yet.
Yeah.
Just let's
Yeah,
do our
yeah.
thing, and when we're ready for you to see it, you'll know.
I think, imagine most of us here probably had some hesitation, when those announcements were made. Just wait for the
disclosure.
Pentagon disclosure. It's coming. You know,
Yeah.
like, well, they're
Yeah.
not going to, first of all, even if they wanted to reveal something that they are aware of that we're not, why would you give away that piece of control? Like, why would you
Yeah.
give away your card? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's
Hard not to be pessimistic.
Yeah. I'm not
Well,
saying that, anything's
cynical,
possible,
yeah.
but
It's either
Yeah.
smoke and mirrors or it's inevitable. They
Right.
can't.
That's
They
exactly.
can't get ahead of it.
right.
Yeah.
They may be just putting out little bits to prepare.
Just to slowly,
psychologically.
And also
Exactly,
to
yeah.
frame the story as well. Like
Right.
There you
if
go.
they control the information, then they,
Right.
like you said, get ahead of it so
Mhm.
that they can shape the story
shape
and
the narrative
so that
around,
we
yeah.
believe what we're supposed to believe about the reality that has to eventually
Right.
unfold.
Yeah.
And has anybody else here looked into Agenda 2030? Like actually read it from the website?
no, I
I
haven't
haven't
read
read
it,
it,
but
but
like, yeah, I mean,
I know.
There's a lot of strange
Yeah.
wording in there. It has a lot
Yeah.
of like terrestrial wording, a lot of
really,
like it suggests that like,
Mm.
hey, here's where the humans are gonna be,
Yeah.
and then over here is some other stuff.
Mhm.
Read just go through the verbiage, because we were looking into it and Steve pointed it out to me, and I'm like, holy, that makes a lot of sense now. Like
Interesting.
Kyle.
you
Our
step
future
back,
is definitely being
it's-
plotted by.
it's weird,
people.
man.
Yeah, for sure.
for
Like I have a hard time believing that the people watching right now, most of them I would think agree that there is at least some level of plotting for our future going on right now. If you don't know about Agenda 2030, I mean it's very much Great Reset type stuff,
Mhm.
and that's
You'll
not
be-
it's not a conspiracy theory. It's fact. You can look it up at World Economic Forum
They
website.
openly talk about.
You know
it.
what?
These plans are not.
We
Yeah.
gotta be careful because I don't want this
Yeah.
this video getting taken down. We're trying to do good things today.
that would be a bummer, dude.
Yeah, I almost
during
let
a
myself go.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah. I think
I forgot about
I
that.
think a good way to put it is like most people realize. I think at this day and age, most people can see that there are people, whether how big you want to believe the powers are that are moving pieces, there are people that are trying to direct things as
yeah,
throughout time. That's always
Yeah,
happened.
social engineering has been happening forever.
Yeah,
mean,
I think, and I think, you know, it's, you know, then like you said, don't want to get too into it, but, and also I feel like, I'm not one to point in directions quickly on like who's behind certain things. Cause I feel like there's always like, you know, our friend here said smoke and mirrors. Like you don't really know. And you don't want to get in a place where you put your foot in your mouth, making accusations only to be, you know, part of somebody else's pawn in some sort of narrative.
Balls in the other cup.
Yeah. So I like to be open-minded, as I think a lot of the listeners here do, a lot of viewers do here, without necessarily going, you know, I know 100%, because who does, you know?
Yeah, I stay away from the whole 100% thing. I'm just like, here's what I think, I feel, but don't ask me. Like, but what is? I don't know. That's what with paranormal stuff. I'm just like, I don't know. This is my thoughts
going on.
Yeah.
You can't pinpoint a lot, but there's energy behind this stuff.
So
enough to predict the future to a certain extent. That's kind of
the key
point. You know, it's like we don't ever get more freedom. We don't ever, you know, like things get weirder as time goes on.
Are you really trying to get this video taken down? Would you want to stop?
Is a censored word now.
Like everything is so sensitive. I don't know what works.
I know.
There's a ton of
go to
stuff
Bigfoot.
on YouTube that talk about, you know, they'll talk about the Great Reset for in
Stop saying
depth.
it.
I'm
But-
just saying it's not going to.
But are they taking money for donations? That's the thing that I'm worried about. Like, are they going to take this?
No,
you know,
we could change the topic.
So dogman.
we're trying to build Kentucky up. You know?
Right.
So
Fair enough.
but anyways, what was I saying? I forget where I was going. We got callers here on the line. We're going to get to you guys in a second here. Let's do another round of giveaways. But before we give another round of giveaways here, shout out to everybody in the live chat. It's just, I'm not reading it because I can't do more than one thing at a time, but I see it scrolling. It's popping. Good job. We got like 220 people watching right now. Awesome. If you could, smash the like button. Even if you hate it, just smash it because you're wasting your time here. You might as well hit the like button. We appreciate that. And if you hit the dislike button, apparently YouTube stopped showing how many dislikes there are. So
Yeah.
doesn't bother me. Like, I'm not gonna know because I can't even see it. So I don't know. So anyway, shout out to everybody who's been giving here to the Kentucky Fund. We've raised $604.11 so far. Awesome, guys.
That's
we really
awesome.
appreciate it. If you have been thinking about it and stuff, please consider giving to that cause. We're going to be giving everything we raise to Team Western Kentucky. It's right off their website, ky.gov. It's set up for this, and so we're going to be giving to the Team Western Kentucky Tornado Relief Fund everything that we get today through the super chats. So
Awesome.
keep those super chats coming, even if it's $1 or $2. Every little bit helps. We appreciate it, guys. Let's get to some giveaways here, and then we're going to go to some phone lines. We have some people on the line still. And before I get to the giveaways, Ryan, introduce yourself before I forget to do that.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for having me on, dude. This is really cool. And Merry Christmas to everybody. That's
Merry
also
Christmas.
important, right? Yeah. So I'm Ryan from Dangerous World Podcast, and just talk about all the crazy like geopolitical conspiracies and all these weird events that are going on around the world, man.
So you,
absolutely.
sir, are on strict here. You, I am telling you right now, you watch what you say. I am not. When I invited you, I was worried.
Well, and I'm gonna censor myself too. So very
Perfect.
much so.
Way to be a sheeple.
I know. See,
It's for the people, though.
dude,
Be a
well,
sheeple for the people.
Since you
for the
since you
people, I
bring
like
this
it.
up, I want to ask really quick: Have anyone heard of the Pilgrim Society?
No,
Maybe
but
familiar.
I don't think so.
you're walking on thin ice, pal. What is it?
Okay, well maybe this is a different conversation for another time. I just hopped in. I had to work today, so I'm just getting on and now getting to meet some new people. It looks like, which I'm excited about. But yes, the Pilgrim Society is what I think the Freemasons are trying to aspire to be like. I'll just leave it
Interesting.
at that. So,
Interesting.
yeah, maybe check these guys out. They're very, very interesting. They are part of the WASP Society,
Okay.
white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and very, very interesting stuff that they're up to. So
Yeah.
that's the
Fascinating.
newest thing I'm looking into. So yeah, man.
Dude, you
Thanks
go-
for,
you
letting
go-
me on a chat.
Oh, heck yeah, man. And we can talk about whatever, but I'll tell you if I have to censor you, which is probably going to be happening. But if I have to censor you, I'll just go. So it'll be great.
What was the podcast? Sorry, was it Dangerous World?
It's Dangerous World Podcast. Yes.
Awesome.
So yes, it's I talk about some dangerous things, and yeah, the Patreon is where I really get into some shady
That's where you gotta
shady
save it.
stuff.
Yeah.
Save it for the
build your
save it
own
for the-
world.
Yeah.
Which we
Yeah.
Paywall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ryan, we'll do something again here in the future for sure. Okay. Now we got the business out of the way. Let's get down to the fun business. We're gonna give away more stuff, and we're gonna speed up this raffle here because I've been doing live for almost 2.5 hours, and I've barely done a raffle. So let's do some more raffles right now. We're gonna do the random name generator here. Generating random names. These are people who are members to my website. They have given to me and my family so much over the years, and we want to give back in the holiday season. This is going to be the first of many years. What's the word I'm looking for? When you do it every year. I'm blanking, guys.
Annually.
But there's some
Annually.
tradition. This is going to be a tradition.
Annual tradition.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's better.
So let's do this. Okay, I have to check this real quick because this is weird. All right, so this person's name is Foggy Moon. I have to check the list now and make sure that somebody actually named Foggy Moon signed up. Let's come on, guys, use your real names. You're killing me here.
It is tough.
All right, so what I'll do is I'm going to put Foggy Moon in for a t-shirt, TC t-shirt, and if it turns out to not be a real person, then I will give a TC t-shirt away to somebody else. Then Foggy Moon. Like I have some weird names on here. Like this one person, for their first name they put A, and their last name they put A. I'm just like, really?
Hey, double A. That's a battery.
So, Foggy Moon's very possible, actually. So, all right. So
the Misty Waters. So
right.
Misty Waters.
Misty Waters. Yeah.
So we got
Ripper name.
let's give away another mug here, okay? So the next person here is going to be winning a TC mug with my mug on the mug. And you like how I did that, by the way? That's freestyle.
Good pun.
Eduardo
Nice.
Ortega.
That's fun.
Eduardo Ortega has now won the second TC mug. Let me put that in here. Eduardo Ortega. All right, cool. So congratulations to Eduardo. Congratulations to Foggy Moon, David Brown, Jeremiah Gonzalez, and Tony Martin. You all have won something today. If you're listening now and you didn't know, I'll be emailing you, so don't worry about it. Let's keep going here. I gave a t-shirt away, the mug. Let's do another custom state t-shirt that we're doing here. Now, we talked about this earlier. Scott from Freaky Deaky is working with us on coming out with a cryptid or some kind of legend and lore from every state.
Awesome.
And so we gave away one t-shirt, which was the Squonk, right? Squonk, right?
Oh, I think I saw that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Squonk is Pennsylvania native cryptid. I didn't know what a squonk was until my wife picked it out for this project. I still don't know what a squonk is, to be honest with you. But if you've seen a squonk,
You're not allowed.
I want to hear from you. So shoot me an email, theconfessionals@theconfessionalspodcast.com.
I just want to say, if Scott's designing that, it's going to be a badass shirt.
Yeah.
So it's
Great
get
work.
excited for that.
That is true.
Listen,
Great work.
I know I'm not the
I
smartest
appreciate
person in the world, but I'm not stupid either. That's why I went with Scott. Like my eyes don't lie. I see good stuff coming out of his camp.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, let's do something together. And when I mean do something together, I mean you do it, and thanks.
Freaky Deaky
Did
has
you
some of the
see
best
that?
designs for sure.
Did you see that merman video that I sent you, Tony, on Instagram? A merman video. I
Merman.
just sent it to you like recently, like very, very recently.
I
It's a
don't think so.
merman. It looks very interesting. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's
Check if it's on Animal Planet, because then it won't be.
I don't think
Hey!
it's on Animal Planet, but dude, I don't know if you can pull up your Instagram and check that out.
I'm
But
gonna
it
have
is
to look at
very,
that.
very.
I wanna see
It's
it.
a weird little deal.
Well, I'm not going to do it right now because this technology on this side is very sensitive, and I'm actually impressed that we're still live. So
We'll bookmark it. I'll check that out.
I'm going to check it out. I'll check it out, and I'll probably what I'll do is if it's something that I don't think people are going to want to cancel memberships over, I'll post it on Instagram, and I'll actually invite you to be a collaborator so people can. By the way, guys, anybody who is friends of mine, you're a content creator, podcaster and stuff, listen, if you got something that you want to post that involves me of one way or another, invite me to be a collaborator on it. I'll accept it, and it'll appear on my feed as well, so that my audience will then see at the top, it will be my name and your name. They click on it, they follow you as well. Let's try making this an actual brotherhood and sisterhood.
Very cool.
I don't think we have any sisters coming in today, but the point is, I want to like listen. There doesn't need to be a competition. It can be a rising ship raises all
for
tides,
sure. Yeah,
or
that's
no,
silly. Exactly.
rising tides raise all ships. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
And drowns those who
I've heard it
can't
both
swim.
ways.
yeah, exactly. Keep up or you drown. It's I just I like being friendly with the people who are friendly with me. So
Good way to be.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Do unto others.
Be a good person. A lot of good lessons for Christmas. I'd
Yeah,
say.
yeah. I think Jesus said that. So let's
I'm sure he did.
I said subscribe.
Paraphrasing.
check out my website. I'm sure it is. Anyways, let's see here. Let's pull up. Scott, I'm gonna let you pick the next one since you're here. We've done Pennsylvania. What's the next one we should do?
I think we gotta do Patty, man. That's a
Patty?
classic.
Okay, so
Yep.
here is Patty, California. We obviously, when you're gonna do the state of California, you gotta do Patty. I don't think there's another story legend in California that's better than that
As
one.
deep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it stood the test of time. I mean, we gotta do it. So let's do this random name. I think there's gonna be a lot of people that are like, oh, I hope I get this one. I know it, but guess what? There's only one person that's gonna get it. And here,
Someone's like, I got a squonk.
so he got Patty. I got the squonk.
I was like, I don't know what it is.
So
Sorry.
Make that guy feel bad.
it
now.
is what it is.
No returns.
Hey, it's
no
cool. It's
returns
unique.
on the
It's unique.
prizes.
It's unique.
You should have thought about that before you signed up for your membership. All right, so we got ourselves a winner here, and it is Cynthia Estrada. Cynthia Estrada has
nice.
now won the California State Legends T-shirt. So let me put Cynthia in here. Cynthia Estrada. Again, I can't do more than one thing at a time, so I guess make sure I gotta type this out here. There we go, Cynthia Estrada. And I'm also one of those people that still looks at the keyboard when I type. I don't know if I'm the only one in the world that does that, but I kind of have to look down there and look at the screen.
I do. I never learned my home.
Cheated
keys.
in keyboarding.
When I went to college, I was a freshman in 2003, and I'm sitting there, and they're like, the computer labs over here. I'm like, what do I need a computer for? Like,
Little did you know.
I had
I'm using typewriters for the rest of my life.
right. So like, I got a computer my freshman year, and I was like, okay, I got this Dell, and it had 80 gigs on it for a hard drive. I was like, oh, it's huge, right? So like, back then it was. But I remember getting this computer and learning how to type. I'm just like, two fingers, so it's just like boom, 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 like looking at stuff. It was so bad. That's why I felt.
Super Mario typing.
Yeah, I was a weird synchronicity. I mean, I don't know. It's so bizarre. Right before we got on, we were talking about Jeremy because he was holding the phone, trying to set up the thing with his left hand. And John goes, "Do you know how to use your left hand?" And I was like, "He never learned typing. He cheated in keyboarding." This weird conversation happened right before this. He would hack into the other
I
computers.
went through the network.
steal the.
and then I changed the font and type
This
and
is
then put
high
my name
school.
on it,
Yeah.
so I could type. Cool
Now he's
lyrics for my
suffering.
band. Yeah, that's really cool. No, I can't type though. As a web designer, I'm like,
You do know a lot about like coding and stuff, though.
well, yeah, I do that stuff, but I just do it slowly.
Not for me.
So if I ever hire you for a project, expect it a couple years from now.
Take some time, but that gives me the time to make it perfect.
Yeah,
Like
so-
seed.
So you'll be like, go grab a coffee or two.
Take a break.
I'll slowly get this done really well.
Yeah.
Work through the night.
Oh man. Yeah. I just remember it was painstaking. I had no idea what I was doing with the computer. And it was awful. I would like to say that's why I failed out of college, but it's not the only reason why. There's part of this whole thing of you actually have to go to class to do something with
They
it.
don't tell you that.
I was just like, where's the gym? I want to play basketball. And that's what I did. So like all the time. And so, I failed a lot. So, it is what it is. But the typing was definitely, not my strong suit. And I think I used my computer more for producing instrumentals for people than anything else. Because shortly after I got that computer, I think it might have been my roommate was like, here, check out this program. It's called Fruity Loops. I'm like,
Oh yeah.
That's how I failed out of college too. It's
Right?
like,
Yeah, exactly. Same
we have that
way.
in common. Yeah.
I was just like, I fell in love. I didn't learn how to type, but I learned how to use the mouse and click
Oh,
around
dude.
that screen.
My
Oh,
roommates hated me. I would stay up for
Always there.
days producing music. Like I just after I found Fruity Loops, it was over. I was like, this is what I'm doing for the rest of my life.
right. I just bought the whole studio suite for FL Studio because they're running like last year they were running a sale. It's like get everything, which is thousands of dollars for $400. I was like, Guess how many times I've used it?
Yeah, that's the bummer, man.
But
Not enough time.
No, there's not enough time. But like I got it now again, and it's just I love that freaking thing. And I started out with remaking songs, so like I would listen to stuff and I would try to recreate it, like Linkin Park instrumentals and things like that. And I got good at that, and I started making my own stuff. And I so happened to live on a floor where there was like a ton of rappers, and I was like, this is perfect. Like so, it's a lot of fun. But anyways, let's get back to giving stuff away. What did we just give away? The California T-shirt. Let's do this. Let's give away all the TC swag stuff, and then all we'll have left then is the stuff I have here in person, which is 4 webcams, 4 light bars, 3 dash cams, 2 JBL Bluetooth headphones, kind of like puffy ones like this, and one lucky winner is gonna get the grand prize, a GoPro. So
Damn, dude.
That's awesome.
let's
Yeah.
it's not a PS5, but it's maybe next year.
GoPros are awesome, man.
Like I really wanted to give a PS5 away. I was like, I just want to give a PS5 away. Like everybody's talking about the PS5s. I was like,
It's like the Tickle Me Elmo of 2021.
really, seriously is. I mean, I was like looking
fancy, but yeah.
everywhere. I mean, I was
A little more fancy.
I was trying to find somebody selling it on the street corner. I was like everything. Like I mean, it was bad. I went on eBay and I saw that
Sounds like a Christmas special. Just out there trying to find someone hacking a PS5.
Yeah.
if that's if that's what you want to call a Christmas special, I went on eBay and I'm like, oh, okay, this one here is for $500, and I saw a bid. Okay, so I bid on it, and it went up and up and up, and it went out going to like $900, and I'm just like, freak, you know. And then I'm like, let me try again, and I did.
Dude,
I realized
don't ever give away Oculus, dude. Don't ever like mess with the metaverse like that.
Too late.
Those things,
too late.
Did you really? You gave away an Oculus?
I will, and but I'm getting one. And here's why.
You just got one. Virtual
They're
meetings.
not sketched out.
What?
They're
No.
ridiculous.
Well, yeah, for 100%, Ryan. We can
Wield
talk
it
about this.
responsibly.
Actually, we can talk about this because I did talk about this earlier, and we can talk about this because it's a fantastic conversation. I am going to get Oculus, and it's because I want to know how this is working, what's going on, like in order to really understand the capabilities of what we have now and how things are going to progress and stuff. I have to have my hands on it. I'm not going to get it. Dude, I don't even watch TV. I don't watch movies. Like I have a friend on Instagram. I forget his handle. I'll shout it out. Dang it. If you're watching right now, you know what I'm talking about. Benji's Custom Wood, I think it is. Look him up on Instagram. Give him a follow. He told me, you got to watch this. Just last night, he said, you got to watch this movie. It's so impactful. I said, brother, I'm probably not going to watch it. Like it's just, I don't watch TV. I just don't. And so I'm not going to be using it like that, but I want to know how to use it. I want to know what it's like and stuff so I can understand this technology we're transitioning into. The metaverse is real. It is coming, and it's going to come strong. And I don't.
There's digital real estate. There's digital currency. There's the NFTs.
Dude,
there's a lot of things that are real.
Bitcoin.
Who just said Bitcoin? Come on, bro. Like I think my dead grandmother knows about Bitcoin. Like he's like, hey, did you guys hear about Bitcoin?
About how it works? Oh, we're not going to get down there.
No, we can.
The
rabbit hole.
The only crypto
I
that
go
I
down
think
this rabbit
has a
hole with you guys.
the real crypto that has a major future is XRP. This is from Ripple, and this is the only cryptocurrency that got banned. And they're teamed up with the World Economic Forum, which is shady. But yeah, dude, like this is it's XRP, and they're still banned right now, but they're going through a lawsuit with the SEC, and it's very, very interesting what's going on there.
I actually
into Bitcoin.
I actually really trust the World Economic Forum.
I mean,
So.
to even begin to talk.
Everyone
about
does.
sorry.
Hey, I don't trust them at all, Tony, but I think that they are shaping the future. They're very invested in the metaverse the same way.
And that's the thing.
only reason.
That's the thing. I mean, like, you don't have to trust them to know that it's going there, and you might want to understand it, And so that's
a good way to put it.
That's why I'm like, I was looking at them and stuff. I'm like, I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna mess with it and stuff just so I understand. Because one way or another, we are all going to be. We will have to to some extent be involved in the metaverse in the future. It's going in that direction. Even down to I talked about this earlier, so if you've been tuning in since the beginning, I apologize if this is a repeat. But like they're talking about how you're going to be able to interact with this physical reality and the metaverse simultaneously, and that will allow for more productivity with work. Like when your employer starts integrating this stuff into your work, you're going to have to adopt it, and this stuff is going to transition into every industry 100%. And so, anyways, before we go any further on that stuff, because we could really get lost. What was I going to do? Was I going to give away more stuff?
You're gonna give away something, yeah.
Yeah, let me give away more stuff. Let me give away another T-shirt here. I have a list of things that I'm allowed to give away and how many I'm allowed to give away because she doesn't want me going bankrupt. So my wife runs all this stuff. Like she runs the planning and all that. So
Lindsay.
Yeah, shout out to Lindsay.
Yeah.
All right, so we got this is the last T-shirt that we're giving out that has the Confessionals logo on it, and that goes to Alanis Nova. That's a cool name. Alanis Nova.
That's a cool name. Congrats, Alanis.
Like,
yes.
I want to know if that's like birth name, because if that's birth name, mom and dad are freaking awesome. Like,
stars.
Superhero level.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Alanis Nova. I mean, it sounds like a superhero. It's coming out of like Marvel or something. I don't know. So Alanis Nova wins the last logo T-shirt. Let's give. We gave away the last mug that I'm allowed to give to. I might give away more, but I'm trying to follow Lindsay's rules. Let's give away some more cryptid type T-shirts that Scott is designing, and since Scott's still here, Scott, you pick it, man. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna give away?
Mothman. I think that might be my favorite. So let's do that one.
Oh, classic.
All right, there's the Mothman. And I do agree. I think the Mothman is my favorite as well. Let me zoom in a little bit so people can see the design a little better. Mothman, that's freaking legit, man. That's great. Yeah.
I mean, it's no squonk, but it's pretty dope.
It's no
Illinois. Are we talking Chicago Mothman?
West Virginia. West Virginia.
Cool.
Okay.
West Virginia.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Dashable. None of these new monsters coming in.
Lindsay's telling Scott what to design for every state, and he's putting his magical touch on it.
Very cool.
So all right, I forgot to hit the pick random name. Let me do that. Let's see here. All right, we got Jesse Jeffrey wins the Mothman. Jesse Jeffrey. Congratulations, Jesse. Appreciate that.
Like a kazoo or something.
What's a kazoo?
So we need like a kazoo or something. Some kind of like woo.
Let me see here. Do I have a
kazoo? Yeah. Well.
I don't have no kazoos. No kazoos. I don't have a kazoo.
I don't know why kazoo seems like the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It works. It works.
I wouldn't have thought about. Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Little party.
Awkward moment. So all right. Let's give away some more of these T-shirts here. So we put did I put that down? Yeah, Jesse Jeffrey, and we have one more T-shirt that Scott designed, and then we have the ugly Sasquatch sweatshirt that I don't have a picture for, but I'm assuming it's on the website.
Oh yeah,
I'm assuming it's on the website. Scott, do you know about this?
I've seen it. Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's very legit.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is cool. I saw it too.
Oh, I don't even know. I don't even like. And I sit back and I'm like, why don't I sell more apparel? Because you don't talk about it, and the only apparel you had until this year was
That
your
helps.
face on it. Like maybe that's why. Like holy crap, you guys know about the thing. Okay, here we go. Jersey Devil. Let's pull up the Jersey Devil one. All right, there's the Jersey Devil. We're giving that one away here. What are you guys thinking to chat? You like that? That's a good one. That's a good one. I hope you guys are enjoying this this fun conversation and live show we're doing. Let's pick out the last name for the design Scott's been doing. And we got Jonathan This is what I was worried about. Dutoit. What is that?
Dudot.
Dudot?
Dutoit.
Jonathan Dudot?
Dutoit.
Dutoit?
No way to
Is
know.
it French Canadian?
French.
Yeah.
Dutoit.
Well, you guys
Go
continue
on.
to discuss it while I look at my keyboard to type this out.
It's a cool name either way.
Either way.
It is.
Jonathan Dudot. Duto.
I think I spelled it right. No, I forgot a T. Let me put a T here. Hold on a second. T-O.
Unacceptable.
Okay, there we go. All right, Jonathan, congratulations there, my friend. And shout out to everybody who's dropping the super chats. It all goes to a good cause. We are now up to $664.10. Shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome. Really, really blown away by the generosity that we've had here today. Let's see here. Where am I at? All right, so we just gave away the T-shirts that Scott designed. We have more coming. Scott, what are we working on now? Do you know?
I don't. I'm actually waiting for you guys to shoot me what you want next.
All right, we'll ask Lindsay when she comes down. I think she's going to be coming down. Oh, maybe she won't be coming down. Kids should be napping now, so I don't know why she's not here. Flying solo.
Lindsay.
It's okay. Anyway, I dropped it on her today because I was like, hey, Jack's not coming, so you mind coming in when the kids are napping? So maybe she'll show up still. Let's give away the ugly Christmas sweater Sasquatch thing that everybody saw except for me. Generating a name, and that Lindsay's watching the show because she just sent me a picture of the ugly sweater. So let me hold that up to the camera. I don't know.
MVP right there.
Yeah.
So there you go,
Very
guys.
nice.
She's
The good kind of ugly.
look at that. Lindsay's not here, but she's here and she's helping even though she's not. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. I had to plug it in. All right, so let's do this. The lucky winner for that is nope, he can't win it. The name on here is Alika Svan Nahi, and he cannot win it because he is not a paying member. He's my artist, so he gets a free membership. So he already got the Christmas gift this so far. So like he can't win it. So let's pick a different name. Honesty.
That's good. Transparency.
Let's see here. Rebecca Williams. Shout out to Rebecca Williams. I don't know who you are, so you get one.
Nice. Is that Becca? I don't know. It sounds familiar.
Oh, you guys know Rebecca Williams? Because if you know her, she gets taken off the
I'm not
list.
sure.
I'm kidding.
It's actually that's my screen name. No. Do we have I know one of our listeners is listening today. It's Rebecca. Can't remember the last name. She's from Australia. I think it's Jilliams. May have been confused. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So shout out to Rebecca Williams for that. And let's see here. Oh, man, we got people holding on. We have 2 people who have been on the line for over an hour and another person coming up on an hour that they've just been listening on the line. They really want to talk. So we should bring them on.
Definitely.
So just a quick reminder to everybody. We've now given away all the TC swag. Now that I know my wife's actually listening, I'm going to actually follow her rules. Lindsay, I will not give away any more than you told me I'm allowed to. So she's like, you better not. So yeah, we've given away all the TC swag. We've given out the T-shirts, the custom T-shirts, the mugs, TC T-shirts, the ugly Christmas Sasquatch sweater thing. And now what we'll be giving away is all the stuff here. 4 webcams, 4 light bars, 3 dash cams, 2 JBL Bluetooth headphones, and 1 GoPro. So I guess we could call everything else we've given out runner-ups to the big prizes. I don't know. Anyways, let's do this. Let's bring on some callers here. Again, I am sorry for the wait, friends, but let's bring on this person here from, it looks like this person knows Scott from the location of the caller, I would assume. Unless there's a lot of people out there.
It might be Christian.
Who do we got?
It might be Christian.
It is Christian.
Christian, what's going on, man?
Not much. Sorry, I couldn't be there today, guys.
Shame.
But it's been fun watching, so I figured I'd jump in.
Yeah.
Scott's a germaphobe, so he wouldn't let me come over.
Oh,
I got a pregnant wife in this house, Christian.
Pregnant diseases.
Isn't that his daughter?
That is his daughter.
Yes,
You can't
it is.
see her, not till tomorrow, at least. Sorry.
Yeah, so now you guys just learned a little bit about Scott.
There you go.
He's not as nice as you think he is.
Yeah, well, none of us are. I mean, let's be honest with stuff. I keep telling the audience I'm not a nice guy. I don't think they believe me, but I'm being serious. I'm not. Don't step on my toes. So what do you got? The sniffles or you got COVID? No, shoot! Don't say that word, Tony.
Oh no, you ruined it.
Canceled.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Misinformation.
Right out the window.
It's just the sniffles.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling myself.
I ruined my own broadcast. Dang it. There's somebody on Instagram I saw. He called it. I forget. Corona clap. That's what he calls it, Corona clap.
Nice.
So
Probably
Oh,
sexually
wow.
transmittable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, Christian, man, I'm glad you called in. I hear you're a skeptic.
I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm not always
The
a
end.
skeptic. I have come to the realization I'm skeptical because there are some things I believe.
Like what?
It's a good kind of
So-
skeptic.
He believes I'm wrong most of the time.
I have kind of
Counts. So
yeah. We enjoy talking about Bigfoot, of course, and there's a little bit of belief that could be possible for me. So that's one of the things, like a multiverse type thing. You know, we have different opinions on what ghosts are and demons and all that fun stuff, but mostly it's just fun to banter and try to shoot holes in each other's theories.
Yeah, you guys have a great dynamic.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and you know, we went from talking into the garage to doing a podcast, so we've been very lucky. You guys have helped out a lot, so we just had a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Freaky Deaky podcast, getting freaky,
That's
dude.
Great show.
But I have a question for you guys, each of you guys that are on here, though. What's like one thing you've learned while doing your work that kind of surprised you?
That's a good question. Surprised you. Who wants to go?
Maybe something you didn't
Actually,
believe, but you started to believe, or
I was honestly surprised at how many people, like you hear, I think one of the reasons that we've got into this, and I think a lot of people here have gotten into this, is because you hear strange stories throughout your life from friends, family, but it's limited. And that's what makes it so exciting and interesting. When you start to do a show like this, you start to get stories from listeners. And as your audience grows, you realize how prevalent these experiences are. And some of the most bizarre experiences sometimes are the most prevalent experiences. Unconnected people you haven't done. For example, when we started the show, I bring this up as a good example of this, but gnomes. Gnome sightings, I would not expect to be, even before we started doing listener stories and sharing these stories with our audience, that would be one of the most frequent things people would send in. I think it's because you have a place where people feel safe to tell their really out there experience. You start to get a lot of those stories because there's nowhere else to tell those stories. People feel like they can't say, I saw a little guy run into my bathroom and she
burrowed through the floor in a cloak.
Right.
And then
it just doesn't end too well. Yeah.
Exactly. That would be my answer for sure. Like that sort of the
strange,
the amount of stories from strange, unexplainable experiences from people, and the kind of concepts, how strange those can be.
Yeah, I would agree.
Frequency.
I would agree. I think specifically the ones that you think are fairy tales that are we take for granted are just like made up. Like at this point, I'm ready to think about Santa Claus again. Because there's ones that you just fairies, and of course they're a little different than the storybook, but there are so many accounts people have with these things, and some of it could be screen memories. We did one episode on monstrous Muppets and imposter entities, where people have these experiences with Donald Duck, which obviously is not Donald Duck, but they're somehow cloaked in a presence that's supposed to make you comfortable, but that makes it all the more creepy. And some people have had traumatic experiences with that. Big Bird, with the chapstick in the closet.
I saw a second Big Bird story for the record. I was going to send it to you guys.
Oh, please do.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Did we talk about that on the interview I did with you guys?
I think we might have talked about imposter entities a little bit.
I think we touched on it for sure. Yeah.
Because I remember the first time I heard that was early in the show, like the first 20 episodes. I had Jason on, and he's actually in the intro. He's the one that says like he reached into the bush, felt hair, and
really?
Yeah. And so like that episode when he was a kid growing up, I think it was like an old farmhouse and something. Like he had something like that happen to him, but it was like flashing images in front of him. And like I think if I remember correctly, one of them was like a Fred Flintstone. And like,
oh, crazy.
Like,
makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's so weird though. Like, I was, new into the whole podcasting. And I was like, that's weird. Like, what do I make of that? And that's
where does that get put in? What category does that?
And that's where I'll transition with me, is that I feel like for me it was, and I actually forget the question, so this is my answer whether it fits the question or not.
Surprise you.
But I feel like as I started hearing people's stories, I started hearing similarities on topics that I never thought could be related. And they may not be related, but there's similar characteristics of experiences that people have that kind of cross lines, and it left me thinking like, okay, I really need to make sure I don't get into a habit of thinking one way with everything, and that's to a tremendous loss to me, in a sense that I built an audience over the years that they have their own perspectives, and at times they feel like they 100% identify with me as we think the same, but then I'll say something or I'll have somebody on the show that goes against what they think or believe, and then they're like, I'm unsubscribing. Yeah. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah,
and it's like with me, it's like I have people on, like, it just happened recently. I had what was it? It was the episode I did with the Randonautica app CEO. When I talked to him and stuff, I had a member telling me that I'm slipping off of my Christian faith and this, that, and the other. I'm like, I just had a conversation with the guy. I'm 400 episodes in. I would hope that the audience would know by now that I'm not going to debate and argue with somebody on my show that I asked to be on my show as a guest. There's only there's two people in the world that I actually want to argue with on my show. I hope it happens one day. But other than that, Scott. But like, so, I mean, I let people talk, and I don't care what you believe, what you think, how you view things. It doesn't mean I agree with you, but I'm going to have a good, fun, lighthearted conversation with you, whether we agree or not. And I will just put this out there to tell people, I've said it before, there's been a good handful of people that have been on the show that I know were Satanists or practicing witches that didn't even come up in the interview because it just wasn't part of their experience, and so we just didn't talk about it. And it's not me trying to seed people with Satanism, it's like I just talk to people, and I think in a world where everybody runs away from people who they don't agree with, it's important that we
the position we're in.
Yeah, it really is. It's just like we need to hold conversation with people that you may not agree with, and and you can walk away from that conversation, not agree with that person, but actually still learn as well.
Like them too.
Like there is something really interesting about that concept of, like, listeners of your show getting upset about what you're talking about to the point where they're leaving. It is it gets to the point for a lot of people where it's like that is kind of a good thing if someone is so invested in what you're talking about that it's going to evoke some emotion out of what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like, obviously you don't want to lose listeners. You don't want to lose, supporters of the show. But dude, I think that when you're talking about topics that are controversial, it's bound to happen. And I think that means that you're kind of striking gold in a sense when it comes to what you're talking about.
Saying something that matters, at least, and providing a platform for a conversation that's going to bother some people. But then if that doesn't happen, then what are you doing?
I had one conversation with Brent's coming back in. Here we go. I had one conversation with a guy, Joel, and Joel. I dropped his episode, I think, like three or 4 months ago. I forget what I called it, but it was an overtime episode, and in the overtime we got into talking about his personal life. Like, we talked about his experiences with abduction and things like that as a kid growing up with his brother. His brother saw a dog man, this, that, and the other. And then in the overtime, we talked about him as an adult being a hardcore, like, I'm talking this dude, hardcore practicing witch. Dude's for real. Like, he's not just like, oh, let's mix some herbs and bless everybody. Like, he's like, no, sometimes people need to get smacked around a little bit, and so like, I read his email, and he didn't say, like, on the episode, he didn't tell this story that he wrote in the email. And so I didn't know if he actually wanted to talk about it or not. So I didn't bring it up. And so I'm not going to talk about it here, but I will say that he said something in the email that made me, before we hit record, like, we talked for like maybe 45 minutes before we hit record. Before we hit record, I said, Joel, I'm a Christian, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, we don't got any problems. I don't need to have it. Like, I'm not going to have you, casting anything out my way. And he's like, oh no, Tony, I love you, man. I'm like, all right, cool. I just had to check because this story over here scares me a little bit. And he didn't even share it on the show. And it's just one of those things where I was just like, I better not bring it up because I don't know if he actually wants to talk about it or not. But hindsight, I probably should have just brought it up and let him say, nah, I'd rather not talk about it. And then I could just take it out. But it is what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
Do you have does anyone have a problem with the way that people talk about like chakras and things like that? Because the way that I understand it, and I consider myself agnostic, but I do find it very interesting that so many people welcome the idea of opening yourself up to energy. And if you're looking at the world from a more Christian perspective, you're welcoming all kinds of energy in, not just positive energy, right? So that's something that I find very, very like it's something that I don't agree with as far as just people throwing around chakras and astral projection and worshiping crystals and things like this. It's very, very weird to me.
Yeah, it's kind of a touchy subject. I feel like it's all about intention.
Yeah.
I don't know enough to know what to say that it's wrong or it's bad or it's, it can I think just like with lucid dreaming or anything, like even Ouija board, some people are, pro Ouija board, which obviously I don't think is a toy, personally, but I feel like you can make the argument that it's about intention behind it and the level of like will that you have. It's each their own. It's hard to make a.
I will say I just had my first
Chris got chakra'd.
So
did John.
I had a back injury mentioned on the show, and they were one of our very generous listeners, super sweet girl. She messaged me and offered me, and she doesn't do this for a profession, but she does it for friends and family. But she comes from a line of people who are connected to energy in that way. And I wasn't super into energy.
Reiki.
It was Reiki. It was Reiki.
Yeah.
But she works on chakras or those areas of the body. But I'll say, man, like you were
skeptical.
I was not
initially.
expecting. I didn't know enough about energy in a chakra way to really have an opinion. So I was very surprised when I had some pretty incredible experiences during that 45 minutes. But I will say
something definitely happened.
They were all very positive. I didn't get 1 ounce of, and I'm not saying that I'm sure, because I agree with what you're saying about as far as being open to energies, because I've had an out of body experience before.
Those can get freaky.
Right. And I had some weirdness within that out of body experience. And there was some energy relationships that I felt that were very similar to what I experienced with this, but this was all energy. So my personal feeling, at least from this one experience, is that it depends on who is working on you or who you're working with in this type of situation. But I'm not an expert, but that's my feeling.
I feel you, and for sure, like the whole push for the new age thing is very interesting. You have like Marianne Williamson or whatever her name is, Marianne Williams, where she's met with Hillary Clinton and they're evoking spirits in the White House.
That's definitely different.
Yeah, so that's the problem that I have with a lot of things. And one thing that really resonated with me when I was hearing about how the spiritual realm works is if you're pointing for something, like let's say you're doing like a love spell or a money spell or something like that, in the whole idea of like the Wiccan ideology, and you're pointing a finger, the same like hack saying where it's like if you're pointing a finger at someone, you have 3 pointing back at you, right? So you're pointing that energy out and you're trying to get money, or you're trying to make someone fall in love with you, or you're whatever, you're going to get that energy coming back to you 3-fold or 4-fold or something like that. And it's not necessarily going to work out for you the way that you want in the long term. That's why all these people that we see as witches or these people that practice witchcraft, they tend to be miserable human beings in their personal lives.
Well,
and
yeah,
so go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I would say I know what you're saying, because I think for me the idea of like casting a spell where it affects other people, I feel like that takes out individual freedom of choice for that person. So I feel like in that
like
way,
a hex or something.
Yeah, in that sort of way, like I don't agree with that sort of
breaking the karmic rule.
Yeah, when you're doing something unbeknownst to someone else for the betterment of you, like even if it's like a light thing, like maybe a love spell or maybe some money, but it's going to take from someone else. To me, like, yeah, totally different scenario where I mean, my personal view is it seems a little like, I mean, if you lean a little libertarian like I do, it seems a little like, on the wrong side of magic, if you want to put it that way, I guess. But
yeah, that makes sense for sure. I just think that it has and I'm just learning about this, but I think that there's got to be some sort of aspect that creates a ripple effect throughout time, that even if you're just benefiting yourself and only yourself, or you're trying to like selflessly benefit someone else, I think that it's got to have some sort of effect.
Equal opposite reaction kind of deal.
Sure, exactly. So I'm, like I said, I'm learning about this stuff, and I never try to act like I know what's going on. That's why I call myself agnostic. It's but it's very, very interesting when you start learning about people that are really pushing this new age ideology, and they're like I said, almost worshiping crystals, it becomes a little it's like a shrine, right? Like this is something that's very controversial, I think, but people are so wrapped up in this new kind of trend. And a lot of people that are into podcasts and are into conspiracy theories are really like they're subject to get kind of fooled by the, types of people that are very, very influential in these communities. And I always want people to cross-reference any kind of information that they're coming across.
Oh yeah,
For sure. Yeah.
Not to interrupt everyone. I gotta take off. I got the call from the wife.
Oh,
It's cookie baking time.
Yeah,
Oh.
we're actually, I think, pretty
Yeah,
much
not to
done.
do a double bounce, Tony.
Oh,
But,
you guys,
no.
you see, she pops
We're
in, and
actually
all of a sudden
meeting
it's like,
up with
oh, okay,
Scott.
we're adding
Oh,
one.
hi,
Let's just
Lindsay.
all leave now.
Sorry.
Tony's good.
Nice to
Tony's
meet you.
good
Sorry.
now. I
got
love
your
it, guys. No,
Thanks
thank,
for having us on.
Yeah,
though,
thanks,
Tony.
man.
We
Merry
appreciate
Christmas,
it,
and
though,
yeah,
Tony.
what a great
Seriously.
cause.
Thanks, man.
yeah.
thanks, guys. I
Keep
appreciate you
donating.
being
Yeah.
here.
Great seeing Scott,
Yeah.
Freaky Deaky, talking to Christian. Great meeting.
Seriously.
Was it Ryan? From
Likewise.
Dangerous World?
Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot
And,
Christian was on the line. Christian, I'll talk to you later. See you later, man. Thanks.
Is he still there?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you
See
tomorrow,
ya.
Christian. Yeah.
Oh man, I forgot he was on the
Hello,
line.
Scott. Nice meeting you too.
Yeah.
Hey, you too, buddy. You guys take
Everybody.
care. Have a good Christmas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's nice
And
meeting you
Lindsay,
guys.
nice to meet you.
Have a
And
good
Lindsay, nice to meet you.
Happy holidays. Good Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Keep
Goodbye.
keep making donations.
Yes, keep making donations, guys. All right, so
See you guys later.
that's the crew there, and Scott, he's bouncing. Thanks a lot, guys, for hanging out and stuff. All right, they're gone. Now we can talk about them. So, no, but I appreciate everybody showing up and hanging out and stuff. Let's give people an update here. We have raised $714.10 so far for Kentucky. So that's a round of applause for you. So shout out to everybody who's been donating money for a really good cause. And thank you very much. And let's see if we can get to $1,000. That'd be awesome if we could say we gave $1,000. That's great stuff. You guys have been extremely generous. A lot of people have been donating, $99.99, $50 and stuff. And it's like, you guys can donate $1, $2, $5. I don't care. Every little bit definitely helps and goes to a great cause. And what was I gonna do? Oh, more giveaways. Let's do some giveaways. And I gotta behave now because Lindsay's here, so I gotta make sure I actually don't give away any more stuff. So what should we do? I guess we'll start off with the webcams. We'll do webcams and light bars, and then we'll move over to the dash cams, and then the headphones and all that fun stuff. So first up, we'll give away this wrong one. We'll give away that webcam there, okay? And we got 2 gray ones, 2 black ones. We're not taking requests at all, so you get what you get. Actually, you literally get what you get because I'm not going to remember who won what. So this one here or the black one, let's just do it. Okay. Let's bring up the name generator here. There was one that was called, Lindsay, there was one called Foggy Moon.
I've been writing them all down.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've been typing there, so that's good. Okay, cool.
Right.
Was that a real member?
I don't know. I mean, they don't always use their real name. They don't have to.
That's okay.
So
Cool. All right, let's do it. First up to win a webcam. Let's see here. We got ourselves Michael Raymond. You got that?
I will
Thanks.
write it down. Yep.
Michael Raymond. Shout out to Michael Raymond. You just won yourself a webcam. Thank you very much. We are giving away gifts in the holiday season to members to the website, theconfessionalspodcast.com. We want to just say thank you and appreciate those who have helped us out over the years. And it looks like it's just me and Brent and Lindsay now. Everybody else left. They're like, I'm not going to win a prize, so I'm out. Let's give away a light bar now. These light bars are similar to what is lighting up behind my TV. You can set these on like a table and point it towards the wall, and it will light up the wall a certain color, and you get a remote with it, and you can change the colors, so it's not just set to blue. There's plenty of other colors and stuff. Pretty much every color of the rainbow you can have on your light bar. So let's do a random name here. I'm going to give away all the webcams and all the light bars right now. So the winner for this is Anthony Dastrup. Yeah, is that how you pronounce?
right,
Okay, Anthony Dastrup. Good name, Anthony. Very good name. So winner. Now, next one up, we have another webcam. Let's do another webcam here. Random name generator. And we got Corey Martin. Corey Martin just won himself a webcam. So we got that. Trying to bust through these because I have a feeling I'm going to forget, and then we're going to get to the end and be like, oh, yeah, we got to do raffles. So let's do next one here is going to be for the light bar. It's generating a name now. And we got Carl West. Carl West. That name sounds familiar. He's an OG listener, isn't he? That sounds really familiar. Carl West.
I don't know. There were actually a couple Wests on the list. I'm not sure.
Okay. Carl West, you just won yourself a light bar. And listen, if you don't want the light bar, if you guys don't want the gift and stuff, give it to somebody else. You know, you don't have to keep it, you know, but, next up, we got another, webcam generating a name. Generating a name.
Pick a name, any name.
It's spinning long.
Yeah. Do I refresh it, I guess?
If you do,
Oh, there it
I
goes.
think they all disappear if you.
There. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. Rajon help me out.
Kokar?
There you go. Kokar? Rajon Kokar. Khokar.
No, sorry if we.
Yeah, this is the worst part about reading out people's names is like you get people's names that their last name is like, I don't know, you know? So, and you're talking to somebody who dropped out of college. So what can you expect, you know? Like, I never claimed to be smart. All right. So what did we just give away? We gave, so we're doing another light bar. Next up, we got another light bar here. And generating the name. We got ourselves another one. Robert Durston. Robert Durston just won himself a light bar. Awesome. And the last webcam. The last webcam is going to go to Nick Garcia. Nick Garcia just won himself a webcam. The last webcam. Oh, we got a kid in the room. Who's that? Who's that, Kyle? You got on mute?
Says my baby girl.
Hey, baby girl.
You say hi? You say hi?
Oh.
Say hi? Yeah.
What's your name?
Say my name's Maeve.
Hi. How old's Maeve?
She's almost 2.
Man. That sucks. I'm still waiting on my daughter to start talking. She says mom, and that's about it, right? What does she say?
Mama. Sometimes she says dada. And,
Sometimes.
And night.
Yeah, pretty much that is it, you know? And she'll walk around the house doing this. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know why, but that's what she does, you know? And she laughs when she farts. She takes after me. So,
there you go.
Sorry, Gemma, 20 years from now when you hear me say that. YouTube won't be a thing by then. All right, let's pick the last winner here for the light bar. Last winner for the light bar, we have Deanna Black, right? Deanna?
Yep.
Deanna Black. Okay, so we gave away the light bars, we gave away the webcams, and the last things we have now is the dash cams, the headphones, and the GoPro. Give you an up-close look at the GoPro. The GoPro 8. I guess it came out with the GoPro 9, but if I got the GoPro 9, I wouldn't be able to get other gifts. So I got the GoPro 8. Don't complain. It's free. I worry about that stuff because like I want to give people the best, you know, and then I'm like, man, if I do that, then I can't get other stuff, you know. I just want to give away Walmart to everybody. So, can you crack a window, by the way? Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm getting a little warm in here. So what are we talking about, guys? Let's bring on another caller. Let's do that. Let's bring on another caller. This caller's been on the line for an hour and a half waiting. Oh, and this caller is local to me. So shout out to Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Who are we talking to?
Hey, what's up, Tony? It's Paul. How you been?
Good, man. Paul, do I know you?
No, unfortunately, I used to live in the area. I'm from Philadelphia originally. I live out in Marionville, Pennsylvania now.
Oh, okay.
But
Gotcha.
I kept my phone number from back there.
Yeah. So, funny thing, Paul, is I remember years ago when I started the podcast, I got an email from a kid. I think he was like 13, 14 years old, and he had a Bigfoot encounter in Langhorne. And I was like, huh?
Really?
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, that's like right next to Ben Salem. I'm thinking to myself, really?
Right.
But that's what he
yeah,
said.
Hey, dude, I lived out there too.
Oh, dude, did you see the tornado that went through Ben Salem last year?
I've actually been out in Marionville for 4 years now, but I've seen videos, and I've seen video from the car lot when all the people ran in the room and came back out, and everything was just destroyed.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was like live. I don't know if they were Facebook Live in it or something, but I seen the whole thing. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage. I guess tornadoes is a topic of conversation since we're giving to Kentucky, but I said earlier how I kind of see. You remember that? I was on the phone with you when I sat through that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting in my tractor trailer, and I just got loaded with, I think it was like nickel, and I had like a lot of weight, like my truck barely moved kind of thing. And I'm sitting there on my lunch break before I had to head back to the terminal, and I'm talking to Lindsay on the phone, and the storm that it picked up to the point that I'm weighed down, and you could see me on the because we were FaceTiming, right? I remember I was sitting there, and my truck was literally, I'm sitting there rocking like this, and I was just like, and I hung up with her, and I was like, I gotta buckle up, and
I don't think we were FaceTiming, but I think you're just like, I gotta go.
Yeah, because I was like, holy crap, what's going on?
Crazy.
Yeah, and that was in like the Honeybrook area, I believe. Yeah, there's been weird weather and stuff, and obviously Kentucky with the tornado that went through there. I mean, Jerry was on the show earlier, Lindsay, and he said that thing actually did go like 250 miles. Yeah, I think he said it covered
just one.
It covered like 4 states.
If you look up out here, out in this area, out in the Northwestern, there was a few big tornadoes that came through out here, tore down the Kinzu Bridge and stuff like that. So even out here, even we get tornado warnings quite often out here. And it's really shocking. I never, living back in Philadelphia for most of my life, I never experienced anything like that until I came out here. So it was interesting, to say the least.
So the Kinzua Bridge, you're in that area?
Yeah, up around the Kinzu Bridge. I'm about a half hour from the Kinzu Bridge. Where I live now is like 2 hours from Pittsburgh, 2 hours from Buffalo, 2.5 hours from Cleveland, and I'm 6 hours from Philadelphia.
Gotcha. Yeah, me and Jack have been thinking about hitting that area up because the bridge, collapsed years ago, but there's a lot of Bigfoot sightings out there. And Austin, PA has that broken dam that claimed like 78 lives back in the early 1900s. We thought about doing an overnight there.
There's lost treasure legends around there.
Tons. I mean,
like that.
Shoot, the show I just dropped a couple weeks ago, the what did I call it? It was the Finders Keepers guys. I forget what I called it, but it was a treasure hunting show. They're not far from where you're at.
No, they're not at all.
So,
well, I have a invite for you if you have time from June 10th to 12th. Marionville is having a big Bigfoot festival up here.
Really?
And it might be something you're interested in coming up. Yeah, I can send you all the info, and I'm actually scheduled to come talk to you on May 13th. I'm gonna.
Nice.
I'm scheduled to do an interview with you, so I can't wait for that either.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah. Shoot over some details of that event, and we'll see if we can make it out that way.
Because you had been.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
we'd been actually trying to come up with a list of events for you to hit, like all over, at least in in the close by area, but in a couple states over.
Yeah.
And then we got pandemic hit and second baby hit, so we should start building our list again.
Yeah, that'll do it to you. And now we're heading out of town probably. So, all right. Well, listen, man, I appreciate you calling and hanging out a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, and keep it up, man. I love your show. I look forward to it every week, and becoming a member was even better. So,
I appreciate.
Thank you very much, man. Merry Christmas to you guys.
Man, maybe we'll call your name yet.
Hey, maybe. Who knows? I don't care. I'm just enjoying listening to the conversation on the real.
Awesome. I appreciate it, man.
All right, man. You take care now. Again, Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Merry Christmas. All right, so that's cool. Now let's bring in Shane here. I saw Shane pop in.
Hey Tony, I think I'm gonna bounce, man. My pulled pork's done. I gotta go.
All right, man.
Finish it up for the family.
Hey, I'm running on an empty stomach here, so go eat
Hey,
two
man,
plates for me.
If you was here, there'd be more than enough for you.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for popping in. You've been here.
No problem. We'll see you guys later. Have a good Christmas.
All right, brother. Thanks, man.
Later.
Shane Cashman, what's going on, man?
What's going on, sir? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. So welcome to the Confessionals.
Thank you for having me.
Introduce yourself to the people. Tell them who you are, what you do.
Hello, everybody. I'm Shane Cashman. I'm the author and host of Tales from the Inverted World. You can find us, our members-only podcast, which I'm very grateful Tony Merkel joined me on at timcast.com, and we're at Tales from the Inverted World on YouTube. And we just released a book, Tales from the Inverted World, Volume 1. And it's on Amazon. You can go to invertedworldbook.com. That's a mouthful.
Dude,
I'm done.
You guys, no, it's good. It's good. I actually, Linz, pull that book underneath the Bible out. The top one, right there, the white one. Yeah. You missed one. He's also author of this book here. Okay, Joyless Kingdom. All right.
Thank you.
So yeah, no, but I appreciate you, man, hopping in. Yeah, we did that members only show for you. What was it, like a month ago or something like that?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was awesome. That was a great time. I'm so appreciative that you came by like that.
Yeah, dude, anytime. So that the book is doing really good on Amazon, right? I mean, like it's like a number one seller or something like that in a certain category.
There's multiple categories. We're like number one new release in the occult and paranormal, UFOs, true crime. But then we're like on the bestseller list at like number 2 and number 5 on a few different categories as well. Last night I saw that we were number 2 on a bestseller list right behind William Cooper's Behold the Pale Horse. So that meant a lot to me.
Heck yeah. I got that on the shelf behind me. So
yeah, it's an amazing, awesome book. So yeah, it's doing really well. I'm very proud of this book.
Awesome, man. So let me ask you this. You're involved with Tim over at Timcast. How did that whole thing come together for you? I mean, were you looking to start a paranormal podcast and it was just perfect timing, or what?
I wasn't. I write about dead things quite often.
Morbid.
I've written about missing skeletons and true crime stuff, ghost towns. I wasn't looking to do anything like this, to be honest. But I had tuned into his show, the night show IRL, one night. I had just decided I was going to quit my job as a professor, which was a terrible, horrible job for many reasons I won't bore you with now. Well, the teaching was great, but And then I heard him when I tuned in that he was looking for someone to write stories about ghosts, aliens, whatnot. And I was like, well, that's my wheelhouse. So I sent in an email. Couldn't even find a real email. I didn't know if I was sending to the right email or not. 6 months go by and I get an email from someone saying you might want to try this other email. I don't know who it was. I work with them now. I should ask who sent me that email, but I was very grateful. And so I hit up that email. I said, look, this is what I do. I write about all this weird stuff. And like a week later, I got an email from Tim. And it was like a sentence long. It's just like, hey, come down. I thought someone was pranking me. I really didn't think it was him. I had to like do some research to make sure I was like, okay, this email lines up. And then, I went down there a few days later, hung out. And that day I started writing the first sentence that will become this book.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I got so much respect for what he's doing over there. I like I was just telling Lindsay, I think it was yesterday, like what he's doing, like I dream of. Like I'm just like to be able to just build culture and just create really cool stuff for people to consume on different levels, you know. And that's kind of like why I do what I do with, I got the Confessionals, I'm doing the documentary stuff with Legion of Legends, I'm doing a bunch of different stuff, and it's because I'm trying to create a bunch of cool crap for people to consume and enjoy. And that's why on my IG bio it just says I create cool crap, because it's whatever I want to it's whatever I want to make, you know.
Well, hi Lindsay. It's nice to meet you finally. And I know like Lindsay's a huge help in you building what you're doing. And like, being a part of what Tim's doing, it's like, you know, it's the same thing. You guys work really hard. And when I'm down there talking to all those, everyone who I work with, whether they're doing the vlog, whether they're on IRL, everyone's just hustling, and it's very inspiring. So I think if you just keep going at it, you know, eventually you'll make something. And you clearly have made something.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get to Tim's level. I mean, I'm going to shoot for it, but I mean, ultimately I just want to be able to create really cool stuff for people to enjoy. And I'm fortunate that I have good connections along the way, that, you know, like the camera guys that I have working with me for Legion of Legends. I mean, they worked for, you know, big name, you know, History Channel, Glenn Beck, and, you know, now they're filming with me in the woods chasing monsters. It's like, okay, let's do it, you know?
That's a dream. That's a dream.
Yeah. Like, it's like, I mean, the one thing that I have zero motivation for is to learn cameras. Like I like I have them, but like I'm just like, I don't want to. I hate video. I hate working with it, and they take it off my hands. Like they're just like, okay, we'll do
that's great. Then you can just focus on what you want to do. That's the best.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was great when you came on the show, because I was looking at some of the comments on our podcast, and I was very happy to see people, you know, happy to see us together. You know, there's a lot of people in Tim's audience who are aware of you.
Awesome.
And so it was a cool, like, you know, awesome. It was like the perfect first guest from outside of the castle. And I feel like we just scratched the surface. I can't wait to have you back.
Dude, anytime. I can talk forever. Lindsay can attest to that. So we just go shoot. Like I was telling the guys before you popped on and stuff, like I went live at noon, and I had no notes of anything I don't know what I'm talking about. We're just giving away gifts and talking. Like
that's the way you do it.
I mean, just have fun, see where the conversation goes. Actually, since you're here though, let me bring this up. I think Ryan, I think you were here for this part of the conversation, but either way, it doesn't matter. We were talking a little bit about portals earlier, and one of the things that I heard you say, I've referenced a lot on my recordings recently because of me going to Kentucky hunting for the dog man, things like that. But I'll say the story again, and you're the person that I heard say this. I'm literally driving to Kentucky. I'm halfway through Pennsylvania, heading towards the Pittsburgh area, because I gotta shoot down from Pittsburgh into West Virginia to avoid Maryland for that short distance. Because if I got pulled over with the guns I had, I was like, I'm in trouble. So I'm like halfway through the state of Pennsylvania, and it's dark out. It's nothing. And I'm listening to Tim Pool, and they're talking about, it was in the beginning of October. It's like they're doing some spooky stuff here and there, and they had you on, and you guys were talking, and you brought up, I don't know how the topic of conversation even got turned to this, but you said that you talked to a woman who was in a school of mystery messing with portals, right?
Yeah. So she was, and I'm blanking on her name. She's amazing. If you look up, the episode Tales from the Inverted World on YouTube, The Hand Behind the Curtain, I reference her name in there. She's a great author. I wish I could remember her name right now, but I talked to her because she was one of the first people to reference the Hat Man phenomenon, and she's written a lot about Hat Man. And I reached out to her hoping she could help me make sense of something I'd experienced as a child, which was the hand behind the curtain in my bedroom. Just really weird situation, and a whole kind of murder mystery / ghost story. So in talking to her, maybe we took up 15 minutes talking about ghosts, and we spent like an hour talking about her experiences with the Invisible College. And she was with a man who she said, she didn't say a name, but a man who's high up in the military, and they watched them open a portal, and the way she put it was like they brought a beast, like a dog-like beast, out of the portal and let it loose in our world. And I was like, oh, really? And I don't know if I referenced that first on IRL, then that led into the Large Hadron Collider or not. But I think, yeah, like we talked about, the Large Hadron Collider is doing something. I remember having like panic attacks reading about that, like when they first started to turn it on and smash some particles. As I was reading those scientists who were suing it to shut it down because they believed it would create black holes that would suck Earth into the black holes.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's a great author, and she's on Coast to Coast a lot. Oh man, I wish I could remember her name. But yeah, she said she witnessed this stuff, and she's been going around to different places, like witnessing these portals. But if you look up that episode, I reference her in there. She's a very interesting lady.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Michael Aquino a little bit?
No.
Like with no? Okay.
I haven't. No. Tell me who's that.
Well, no, he's the guy that founded the Temple of Set in San Francisco.
Okay.
Worked with the like psychological operations in the army and things like that. It just sounded like something that you were referencing there when you brought up a military dude. Yeah, that's Michael Aquino. He's an interesting character for sure.
I'll have to ask her who she's talking about. It could be. That'd be very interesting. Yeah, I haven't gotten into that much. Honestly, talking to her was the first time I heard about these types of situations, pulling these like beast creatures out of this other dimension. I want to go. I want to see this stuff.
Yeah, dude, it's scary, the stuff that Michael Aquino was into. So that's why I bring that name up. But it
right.
sounds like it's something right up his alley. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Man.
Sweet.
What's up, Bobo? How you doing, man?
Yeah, how's it with you guys?
Just hanging out, enjoying Christmas Eve. How you doing? Like, you got any big plans for today?
Eating.
Of course. Yeah, we're just over here talking about Dogman coming through portals. I actually, I don't know if I talked about it on your show. Did I talk about the portal Dogman stuff on your show?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like a new thing that I've been looking into, the whole Dogman and the metaphysical aspect of it. And we were just talking about Dogman coming through portals and stuff and all that good stuff. So, let me ask you a question, Bobo. You're doing the whole Finding Bigfoot show. When you went into that show compared to when the show was over, did you have any different views and perspectives of what Bigfoot could be, or were you still set on the same thing that you went in with?
I still got the same questions.
Of course.
Yeah. It's the more you know, it's the less you know kind of thing. The more you know, the more questions you get.
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys about, if you guys are talking about portals, I think, God, was it Josh from the Roundtable, the Texas Dogman researcher?
Josh Turner.
Yeah. Because I remember him, I was talking with you about it on our show, was he had the 3 dogmen come out of that well next to the abandoned church story that the 3 kids saw.
Yeah.
Isn't wells, like, aren't those traditionally that can be portals to the underworld?
I think, you know what? I think, Brent, have you heard of something like that? Because I know, before you go into your answer or whatever you got to say, I would say this. I don't watch a lot of TV, but what I do watch is intentional. And my brother told me that I needed to watch a show on Netflix called Lock and Key. And it's about a family. I think their last name is Locke, and they live in the Key house. And their lineage has lived in this house for centuries. And they're witches, and they craft these keys that can do certain things. It's all about the intent. So their intention is this key will strike fire. So you hit it, and all of a sudden, fire ablaze. And another key, like they put it in the back of their neck, and it like opens up their mind, and people can go into their actual mind and see what's in their brain. All this crazy trippy stuff. He told me to watch it, but the basis of the show is in one of the first episodes of the first season, the main bad guy, Edge, I think that's her name, was in a well and had to be released from the well by the kid, and she tricked him into doing it. So like there is that imagery of the idea of this well being a portal, and they left the second season off with another bad guy villain coming out of this well. So obviously they're planning on another third season with this guy. But Brent, being your show is Paranormal Portal, have you ever heard of such things?
I just called it that. I don't know. No. So here's the thing that I find fascinating with portals. I think that I think it's a term that gets thrown around pretty liberally in the paranormal, in that I think there are created portals that are made through ritual, but I also think there are natural portals that are gateways, perhaps ley line conversions and other things. And the interesting thing that was just occurring to me as you guys were talking is the correlation between the Dogman and the portals. I've heard reports of that from Skinwalker Ranch, of people observing dogmen coming out of portals. I've heard there's some First Nations traditions that say that these dog creatures are the guardians of the gateways. And then when you look at the Egyptian Anubis, who would take the souls coming through, weigh them for whatever their afterlife is. It's funny that the theme between Dogman and portals repeats over and over, or at least comes up so often. I find that really fascinating, and I can't pretend to be an expert on any of it, but I think the CERN thing is huge. I think that, like you and I were talking when you were on the show, Tony, that they used all this symbolism and revelry when they opened the thing. So obviously something really is very, very amiss there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I can't pretend to know, but I know there's practitioners that say that they go around, especially like Reiki practitioners are, well, at least one that I've heard of goes around actively trying to close these portals, whether they're naturally occurring or otherwise, in hauntings or other places where they feel that there's negative energy coming in. There's also the talk of portals being possibly one way. Like there are portals that come in and there are portals that go out, and you don't want to close the ones that go out, but you do want to close the ones that come in. And so it's a really, really nebulous topic, but I find it really fascinating how often the Dogman theme plays out in so many cultures and so many references to portals and gateways.
Yeah. So I was talking about the book earlier.
I heard.
I did good, right?
Yeah.
I did good. I couldn't. I got to be careful with what I say. But I just want to freaking tell the story so bad.
You don't usually censor yourself well, but
Yeah.
that was okay. It was an okay job.
So this new story that I'm working on, portals is something that is brought up, and I don't. You've read the book. I probably won't read the book. It's over 500 pages. We'll let her read it a few times. Give me the cliff notes. We're good. And so, but I'm interviewing people that are involved in this story, and one of the people involved claims that her job is to is to close portals. And I believe personally, that she was probably refraining from certain things and not telling me everything. I just got that sense. Like, she told me a lot, but I feel like she didn't tell me everything, and maybe that's because there's room for more conversations. But I felt like it was almost like she refrained from actually saying that there was opening going on as well, and so it's really interesting to me, and just hearing different people's experiences and then other people's thoughts, like Brent's and Shane, with these portals and what you guys have heard. I think that there's definitely something to it. What I want so desperately is to have somebody that I come across be like, here's the coordinates. It's a cave. You're gonna go about a half mile in. You're gonna make a left. And like I'm gonna be going deep into the earth, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm in another realm. There's a portal or something like that. I want that to happen. Bobo, have you ever come across a portal in the woods?
No, but I've talked to people that describe the same thing, like the sparkly lights and the pulsing lights.
Yeah.
and like crazy stuff happening like when those things are around.
It's something. It's so bizarre, and I just feel like with what you guys are talking about with the with CERN, I just feel like there's a connection there. I really do. I always have. And I know I've done a couple shows a long time ago about CERN, and I should probably do more. But to me, it seems like CERN, there's a lot of nefarious stuff, I believe, happening over there. I think they know what they're doing on a spiritual level, and they are probably putting on a face of it's just science. But at the same time, we hear things like, they have to tell us what they're doing before they do it, kind of thing. And so you see, you look for little signs here and there of like Shiva on the front lawn. It's like, why is Shiva there? And the portal or the tunnel opening that I talked to Brent about on his show. Like, I mean, there was so much symbolism there. It's like they clearly, to me at least, they clearly mix science with, let's just call it other. I think that they've gone down a road of alchemy, and I think that they are probably not in total control of the outcome of some of the things they're doing. And that's when you get into the Reddit threads and stuff of people saying that this is what happened in CERN, and here's this leaked email, and it's all this stuff, and you don't know what to believe. But the things that I've heard outside of CERN, it's like, well, it's not hard for me to imagine that could be possible. So, yeah, I don't know.
There's really interesting theories too about Shiva and Mother Teresa being baptized in India in the name of Shiva, which is very, very interesting. She's a really interesting character in history. And there's another thing that I've heard, that Jake Angeli, who is the Q shaman, is he participated in some of those rituals. He was the goat that they walked out. He was dressed in a goat costume, and you see his face walking out, and he's dressed in a goat costume, and then he goes out dressed as a Q shaman. And I don't know if you've noticed in pop culture how much they're replicating what the Q shaman was doing. I mean, he's in Always Sunny, like Sunny in Philadelphia, that show. He's in that. He's in the new Reno 911 thing. Not him himself, but that Q shaman has been emulated in multiple different, very, very high profile shows. So that's interesting.
We're not going to get Tony kicked off YouTube, Ryan.
I'm not trying.
You're saying alphabet letters that shouldn't be said, that shall not be said on YouTube.
I know. This is just the stuff that I'm into, man. I think it's very, very weird how these things just get repeated, and
they do that with everything. Like anything that they want to make nefarious, they start to like advertise it in any type of show or movie until you see it all the time. It's like hearing a pop song over and over again on the radio, and you hear it at the gas station, it's stuck in your head, and now you have like it changes your perception without even realizing it. I mean, that's just one great example recently, but it's like all the time. And once you notice it once, you can't turn it off, and you see it everywhere, and you feel crazy.
I mean, it's Christmas time, and the most like infamous Christmas song is Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas song. There's serious programming in that song, and
I mean, just think about it. Like if you went 10, 12, 15 years ago, do you think that you would hear a song on the radio that's like WAP?
Really? Let's time travel and bring WAP back to the 1980s.
Yeah, like
that's what was missing.
When I was in I guess high school, it was Nelly's song "It's Getting Hot in Here, So Take Off All Your Clothes." That was like risky. It was like, whoa, what? Now there's like WAP. And if anybody watching doesn't know what WAP stands for, it's wet ass something.
Domino's or Pizza Hut, one of those things. They were calling it WAP, like WAP. We know what that stands for, but Domino's or Pizza Hut, one of them was saying it stood for Wings and Pizza.
Trademark. There was a trademark claim.
Just like mommy used to make.
That's how you indoctrinate kids into this stuff, dude. And they're like, instead of kids like identifying WAP as what it really stands for, as wings and pizza, you know, it's weird, dude. And there's a lot of you know, trying to lead kids away from you know, what they should be into versus like, you know, what they're trying to push them into. It's weird. It's
it's programming.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have a feeling that I think it's pretty obvious. I would think that programming is something that actually is happening and has happened for a long time. There's the back in like the 60s, I think it was like the late 60s. When at the end of the night, when the TV station would be done and they're shutting down, they would play the national anthem and they would have a video playing of the Star Spangled Banner. Is it Star Spangled Banner? Is that was the national anthem?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the same song? I don't remember. But
it was WAP.
It was WAP. They were they're running the lyrics on the screen, and there was manipulation in that because as it was back then, it was like a cool feature that the letters would roll across the screen into the new line and lyric. But as it would roll real briefly, right behind it would be another word rolling. And it would be like, what were some of the things on there? I can't remember. I have to put this on. I have to put this somewhere, probably not on YouTube.
Will not be
but
tolerated. Was it rebellion? Will not be tolerated.
Yeah, rebellion will not be tolerated. There was a buy. It was talking about buy and consume or something.
Buy, consume. Something else about
it was like the movie They Live, you know, where it was obey. It was obey and consume. And this was on this thing, this end of today screening back in the 60s. And so, I mean, and I have it on my computer. I don't want to mess everything up, but I actually took my time and I slowed it down really slow so you could see it really clearly. And it's right there. And so it's all about subliminal messaging and things being programmed into people's minds. And it's funny because you talk to somebody that's like super like, America is perfectly perfect in every which way. It always has been, always will be. And they're in their 70s, 80 years old. And if you tell them that that's what was happening back in the 60s, they'd be like, they'll have a heart attack. They'll be like, no.
Well, dude, I don't know if you guys have seen the first commercial that was ever played after JFK was assassinated. I mean, this was a Nescafe coffee commercial where, you know, there was a TV program, I think on NBC, that was interrupted. They came out, I forget which anchor it was, that came out and said, you know, the president's been shot.
Cronkite.
Was it Cronkite? Okay, yeah. So he comes out, talks about all this. He worked for CBS, I believe, though, right? Not NBC.
Oh, I don't remember. You might be right. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, so it was NBC that played this commercial, and this was it was a very interesting commercial where it was for Nescafe coffee, and if you can Google this commercial or DuckDuckGo it or whatever, and you have someone stirring up a cup of coffee. It's this instant coffee, and then they're swinging a spoon like a pendulum in the background. This is the first commercial after JFK was assassinated, so you see like a hypnosis going on with the spoon swinging back and forth. And then the guy just gets into it and he's like, yeah, this is the best coffee that you'll ever have. And then they just cut back into the regular program. It was almost an unnecessary commercial that just was clearly hypnotizing everyone that was paying attention, and everyone had their eyes glued on the TV when JFK was assassinated, man. So what was that, 63? Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's weird when you start talking about that, and then you get into, you know, MK Ultra, the Pilgrim Society, all these different entities. What's the main one that's based out of the UK? I forget the name. If anyone knows the major mind control institution, I can look it up.
You're gonna have to.
The BBC.
No, that's a good one. I'll look it up right now.
There's nothing worse than even like watching the news and then they report on something horribly tragic, and then it's just, here's a commercial for Skittles. I mean, it's just one of the worst modern things. You know.
So
terrifying.
What it was that I was trying to remember, it's the Tavistock Institute. This whole thing was just simply created to try to create some sort of hive mind. And the Tavistock Institute, based out of UK, same thing as the Pilgrim Institute, all based out of the UK. And it's essentially to try to if you go to the pilgrimsociety.org, what their mission statement is, it's to talk about trying to create a good relationship between the United States, the Great Britain, and all English speaking countries. And this was created back in 1903. And I mean, they want people to follow the queen. They want people to follow a hive mind, and bees that, you know, make the hives, right? They follow the queen bee. So they want you to follow the queen. I mean, this is just like the weird way that I like kind of try and, you know, dissect the super subliminal messaging that they throw down. And to me, it's very interesting. And then you have the same thing, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, stands for wasps. They make hives as well. So it's all creating the hive mind, making you follow the queen bee. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff that I'm into, man. I think that it's very, very interesting. And it's a subliminal deal.
I think we're living in the world where all of those experiments is paid off. Today's world, it's like those people's wet dream. Like everybody is under a spell, and it's like, you know, I don't even know if they're really experimenting. It's just like, oh, just say this, leave it now, you know, and it's on a mass scale.
Well, and there's another institution that's very interesting too, called MAPS. And I don't know if you've heard of MAPS, but, you know, their logo alone has as above, so below symbolism in it. You know, there's like a hand on top and a hand on bottom. And what MAPS focuses on is trying to legalize psychedelics. And there's very, very big names in the podcast world, which I'm not going to mention here, but there's massive names in the podcasting community that talk about this, you know, how psychedelics really have a valid point and a valid place in, you know, trying to make humankind, you know, more efficient, more united. And if we're talking about, like, you know, everything being one, everything being good, that's a hive. That's, you know, the hive is working towards the queen bee's agenda. And, you know, again, it's all something that I'm just looking into now, but it's very, very interesting. And I don't see many people talking about it as much as, you know, I would like.
Yeah.
Not to change subject, but I think we were towing my cancellation line. So just I'm like swallowing heavy every word that Ryan's saying. I'm just like, Ryan, you about to.
And I'm very conscious of what's going on. I'm not trying to make sure.
No, I know, man.
I'm trying to make sure that you're not going to get canceled, man, because I do have a ton of appreciation for the work that you do.
I appreciate it, man. And we're just talking about ghosts over here. That's all we're doing. All right, YouTube, just relax. We're just ghosts over here.
Yeah, everything I say is fake.
Yeah. He's a liar. He's a liar. He's essentially, you should not check out the Dangerous World podcast. So it's a bad, just a lying show, Dangerous World podcast. So
all entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. So not to be taken serious. So let's do this. I want to give away more crap, and also shout out to everybody giving right now. We've raised $834.08 for Kentucky. Again, I'd like to see if we can get that to 1,000 before the end of the long ass show we have going here. But we are really doing well. I didn't think that we would get that far in the donations and stuff, so I'm really happy about that. So shout out to all you guys. Now let's give away some cool stuff, and then we're gonna get into some more conversation here. Let's start with the webcams. All right, so I'm gonna give this one away because I don't like this one the most. So I wanted to get 3 of these webcams, but they only had 2, so I got this webcam, and it's $1 cheaper. So we're gonna go with this one first.
Webcam or dash cam?
That's what I meant, dash cam. Did I say webcam?
Yes.
I'm a little stupid. So we're gonna go with the dash cams here, and let me pull up the random name generator here. This is for people who are members to the confessionalspodcast.com. It's our way of saying thank you. And Stephen Dunbar, you're going to be getting yourself a dash cam sent to you by us. So shout out to Stephen Dunbar. Let's do all the dash cams right now. Next one we have here for see, the difference is this dash cam doesn't have it's just the camera, and the next two dash cams actually have a screen as well. So there's that. But the winner for this next dash cam is Ryan Phillips. Ryan Phillips, you have won yourself a dash cam. We will be contacting everybody who wins today through email to get their mailing addresses. And last but not least, we got one more dash cam. Let's see here. Sarah Hale. Sarah Hale. Shout out to you. You won the last dash cam. Shout out to you. So next we have the Bluetooth headphones, and then we have the GoPro. So we'll be giving that away here shortly. Where'd Wes go? All right, let's give away more stuff until Wes comes back. Oh, there he is. What are you doing? Picking your nose, man? Come on.
How did you get all these things to give away? This is insane.
I bought them. I went to Walmart and bought them. I wanted to get a PS5, but they were sold out. So I wound up getting a bunch of other stuff instead. It was originally going to just be one prize. Somebody's going to get a PS5. And I think this turns out better because now more people are getting stuff. So maybe next year we'll have a PS5 added into the mix. I don't know. But
plus 50% of all Bigfoot sightings are road crossings, so those dash cams could
perfect.
do something.
Right. And like, I mean, seriously, GoPro, just hook it up to your forehead, you're good to go. I mean, you'll catch everything. that way, like if you say you see something, we know it, you know? And I actually have actually I gave it to my brother. I gave my brother my GoPro. But I had a head rig that you could actually rig it to your head actually. So it was perfect. But anyways, there goes Wes again.
No, I'm still here.
You're still here? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So what are we going to talk about now? I don't want to give away everything right now. Anybody got any thoughts, questions, comments? Or we could actually do, I actually did a Ask Tony Anything on Instagram. We could pull some of these questions actually. Because I saw some of them were actually pretty cool comments and questions for, I thought, general purposes. So let me pull up my Instagram. In the meantime, Lindsay, say something.
Oh, yeah. Ask the introvert to carry the conversation.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. Sorry.
Yeah, I just stopped by to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I got a little bamboozled into it. I made one little joke and turned Tony's Christmas promo into a ShamWow commercial. And then I ended up here. But I wanted to wish Tony Merry Christmas, Lindsay Merry Christmas, beautiful as always, Ryan Merry Christmas, Brent, and Mr. Fay, Shane, and everyone in chat. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Great blessings this year. Great, good thoughts, and hopefully next year will be better. You know.
Yeah. All right. So let's ask this question here, and this is a question for everybody here. On the topic of Dogman, and yeah, let's just stay on the topic of Dogman with this. Where do you stand on Dogman being an evil entity or a fear eater? And that's from the Induced Fear podcast. Have you guys thought of anything along those lines as Dogman being evil, an evil entity or fear eater? I would imagine if it's an evil entity, it could eat your fear, or if it's eating your fear, it's an evil entity, right?
That's what I go with.
Brent, what do you got? What are your thoughts?
You know, I think it's kind of interesting because, you know, again, the symbolism of the Dogman is very diverse. So I've never heard of it referred to as a fear eater before, but I know that a lot of people talk about the shadow people, possibly from First Nations traditions, that they are actually utilitarian and that they come and they absorb the negative energy and they're actually doing you a service. I've never heard of that referred to the Dogman in the same way, but I find it interesting as the potential guardian of gateways and stuff. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe there is something to it. I don't know. I wish I had an opinion, but I think it's fascinating.
That is interesting.
I want Dogman to be nice. He's just misunderstood.
Yeah, I think we've had enough accounts and stories of encounters that I'll cross it off on my list of just misunderstood. It's struggling with his never mind.
Pronouns.
Yeah. Okay.
You have there's a TC episode, isn't there, where the other side of Dogman, where there is kind of that.
Oh, that's right.
Not so evil side.
That's right. Okay, so let me. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So let me go down this. I've had a couple of stories on the show where Dogman didn't seem to be all that bad. And the first time I heard it was from a lady named Lisa, I think. And I don't remember the whole story, but I do remember her having, as a child, a friendly relationship with this creature. Like, she could approach it and it wouldn't like come at her savagely. I've heard this a couple times on my show. In fact, I think in the next couple months, I'm going to be airing another one where this guy, he was, as a kid, him and his friend went out in the woods at his friend's house, and his friend wanted him to take him to meet his friend. And so they go out in the woods on their bikes, and they come across an old like house or shack, and there's a bunch of toys on the front porch. And when he goes up on the front porch, his friend goes up on the front porch, he looks in the window, he's like, oh, good, he's here. He goes up on the front porch, looks in, and he saw a giant dog standing in this house. And I've heard this a couple of times. I think more than twice on my show, I've talked to people where they had positive experiences with this Dogman creature, but every time, for me personally, every time I've talked to somebody that says that, they were children. And I find that interesting. I don't know if there's something about the innocence of a child or what, but every time that I've personally talked to somebody that's had a positive influence or a positive experience with these things, it's when they were a child, not as an adult. And not even like a teenager, like a little child, because Kyle from Dog vs. Dogman was 15, and that was quite the opposite of positive.
Yeah. Wow.
So
interesting.
There's that. Tony, I think the move, if you get the resources to do something like this, it would be setting up like a dating series show where the first season, it's Dogman is just trying to find a date, like a Bachelor type show. And then the next one, you get Sasquatch, you get like Mothman, and all these different shows. They just have like the girls that are coming in trying to find the Bachelor. The Dogman's just like this misunderstood dude that, you know, needs some companionship.
Yeah.
And then, you know, he finds a legitimate soulmate.
I'll tell you, there's this one Instagram account that's been growing like crazy recently. I think they have, I'm assuming it's a lady. I think she has like over 500,000 followers on Instagram. Her account is Bigfoot Bay, and she makes these videos where she's dressed in a Bigfoot outfit and she's just dancing around and stuff. Wes, you should get her on your show for an interview. See if she'd talk to you.
Yes.
So she seems very much like keeping her identity, you know, concealed. Like she doesn't appear on camera outside the costume and stuff like that. She's probably like, I don't know, a government employee or something like that, doing disclosure. So,
do we know it's a costume?
Right. Exactly. Maybe
I'm saying. Yeah, dude. You can, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the new dating shows that are out, like 20 somethings of Austin and all these really dumb dating shows, dude. You can make one that is good with like legitimate, like niche dating things. Like I said, Dogman, dude. Imagine a show with Dogman, and instead of funding like these weird little movies and things like this, you could be like, dude, Dogman needs a date, and you just have someone dressed up like Dogman, and they do like little dates. They're in the hot tub. They're like, you know, trying to connect with you know, soulmates. Dude.
So all right, let me ask, Wes, what do you think the reaction would be from the audience if say you and I did a show where it was a dating show for cryptids? What do you think they would say?
I think it would be horrible.
I think so too. People would say, this is the kind of stuff that embarrasses the community and keeps us from progressing along. That's what we said.
I'm not saying that it's got to be real. I'm saying like a fake like comedy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The people would be pissed that you're making a joke out of the topic. They would be pissed off. I promise you.
Really?
Yes. So you don't know. You don't know these.
I'm here for it.
They will get.
I would tune in.
they would be pissed. I'm just telling you straight up. They would be.
I would tell them they have to be able to make fun of themselves a little bit. You know, like I'm not saying that it's not real. I think that all these things are very real. Like I think that there's potential that, you know, all these cryptids are very real, but like, why can't you make fun of them? There's so many fake like comedy shows about aliens. There's not many fake shows about like, you know, different cryptids, whether it be Mothman, Dogman. You know, obviously this could be you know, they could blow up in flames, but I think that it could be something that would potentially draw some attention.
I think if anything, if it gets the attention, it would get the attention like Tiger King got attention, and then it's just gone. You know, like draw the curiosity, and then they probably just like, okay, this is just a little weird.
People got to be able to laugh at themselves like cops watching Reno 911.
Right, there you go. There you go. Yeah. All right, let's give away more crap, and I gotta start bringing this in for a landing because I know we gotta do. We're going to see Christmas lights tonight with the kids.
If we can.
Yeah. I don't want to miss that. So we're gonna give away this 2 of these JBL Bluetooth headphones, and the first lucky winner is Angelica Heigl. Angelica Heigl. You just won yourself some Bluetooth headphones from JBL. Let's do another one. And by the way, shout out to everybody that has been donating. We've raised now $844.07. And that is going to be donated to Kentucky Relief from the tornadoes. So let's pick up.
Can I just say real quick, Tony, I'm really proud of you for doing that.
Oh,
you know, a lot of like so-called Christians, you know, they run their mouths a lot, but you put your money where your mouth is at, and you giving back to people in Kentucky. And I know you do stuff off the air no one knows about, but I think it's very cool what you're doing. I didn't mean to interrupt the show. Sorry, everyone.
No,
I was on mute.
I agree.
I'll just say thank you. I get very awkward when people say you did a good job, Tony. So thank you.
Especially coming from me.
Yeah.
What's the address for donating again?
What was that?
What's the address for donating, making the donations?
Well, we're taking donations through Super Chat. If you want, I can. If somebody wants to do PayPal, they can send PayPal with a note saying it's for the donations to what is it? I think it's Merkel. I think it's Merkel.media. Dang it, I don't even remember. I don't even know my own PayPal. But yeah, I've been doing Super Chats is what people have been doing. They've been doing it on Super Chat. So.
And it's going to Team Western Kentucky.
Yeah, it's going to excuse me, Team Western Kentucky Tornado Relief Fund. It's actually through the state of Kentucky, Kentucky.gov. So it's their official donating, and I figured that's probably the best and safest place to donate to without worrying, because I worry about doing something like this and people are like, well, why are you donating to them? They're full of pedophiles or something like that, and it's just like, I didn't know, so like I just figured this would be safer. So the next one here, let's do another name for the last headset, and we got Andrew Alflin. Andrew Alflin. Shout out to Andrew Alflin. These are all people who are members to the Confessionals. We really wanted to do something nice and give back to those who have been riding with us through the years as members. We do appreciate it, and you help us feed the kids, which is great. They like it too. Well, Ben's actually a picky eater, so it's like it's unbelievable. Like, I mean,
he's gigantic and doesn't want to eat anything.
And gigantic as in like a big, like not fat, like he's tall and he's probably gonna get like 6'3", 6'4" the way he's going. But I mean, most kids like pizza, and he says he likes pizza, but he barely eats his pizza when we put it in front of him. Like, I have to beg him to eat what kids normally just love eating. And it's just like, bro, I mean, I don't know what to do with you. All right, let's do this. The grand prize, the GoPro. I think this is probably what everybody's been wanting their name called. And let's do this. We're going to lucky winner. I'm so excited.
Do you have a drum roll?
Oh, yeah. Let me see here. Hold on a second. No, I don't have a drum roll. I have a rim shot, though. That works.
Sad trombone.
Okay, so the winner of the GoPro is Jonathan Scott. Jonathan Scott wins the GoPro. Shout out to Jonathan Scott. And to let everybody know that was on the phone line, you're no longer on the phone line because I accidentally hung up on everybody, including myself. I closed the phone line. And so, it's one of those things. I'm Tony. I do things, and sometimes I mess up a lot. So, anyways, I appreciate everybody hanging out and stuff for this this giveaway day. And Jonathan Scott will be contacting you about the GoPro. Everybody that called in, we appreciate it. And I guess officially we've raised $844.07. So that's fantastic. Shout out to everybody who's donated. We greatly appreciate it, and you guys have done a great job hanging in there. I mean, we've had well over 200 viewers most of the time on this and stuff. I know it's now Timcast, but it is what it is. I mean, it's we all got to start somewhere here, Shane.
Hey, shoot. I mean, that's awesome. 200 people is amazing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody to get eyes on what you're doing is amazing, and especially with the tornadoes down there is super devastating. So
yeah.
It's amazing, dude.
We got a chance to go to Kentucky, and we're coming out with the Dogman documentary soon. Actually, I do know Christian texted me last week, and he said the documentary is going to be ready soon. He was tying up some loose ends because some things developed after we were done filming with Kyle and his family that I think Christian was thinking about putting in the documentary. But you know, we went down there for a week hunting this legendary creature that there's tons of legends in Kentucky for, and it just seemed like, let's give back to that community. And so next year, I think we're going to do this again next year. I just don't know what we'll be donating to next year. We got a year to figure that out and stuff. But we'll do donations next year. We'll do more raffles next year. Maybe we'll add a PS5 or I don't know. By then, maybe there's a PS6. Hey, let me just bring this up. Speaking of the metaverse and all this VR reality and stuff. And speaking of Timcast, the other day they played a commercial for PS9. Now it's a fake commercial. Were you in that conversation, Shane, when they were talking about this?
Yeah, the other day, with Olivia Rondeau.
Yeah,
and yeah.
It was they played a commercial for PS9. It's just like a futuristic commercial, but it was basically you get like this pod and you open it up and these like particles, like smart dust, goes in the air and you breathe it in and it like becomes part of you. You become part of the game, and it's just like trippy, But maybe we'll get there one day. I don't freaking know, but
I hope not.
I certainly hope not. But I'll tell you what, I do appreciate all you guys hanging out and stuff, and just being here and having some fun on this Christmas Eve. I know it's Christmas Eve; everybody has things to do, and we had a lot of people viewing today. You guys are hanging out, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
And before we get out of here, actually, let me do proper here. Let's start off with Ryan. Ryan, tell people where they can find your stuff.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Tony. This was very, very fun. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to everybody, man. This is a great time of year. But, yeah, you can find me on patreon.com/Dangerous World Podcast and everywhere that podcasts are played, essentially. And it's Dangerous World. And, yeah, we just dude, I love the work that you do, man. And raising money for people in need and things like that is a great thing. So thanks for including me in this, man.
Absolutely. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Shane Cashman everywhere online. You can find Tales from the Inverted World on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And the new book you can find at invertedworldbook.com. And also, I'm really grateful to be on this with all of you guys, and so glad that we connected and we could do our members only show for Timcast, and look forward to doing it again.
Absolutely. Bobo.
Okay, Bigfoot and Beyond with Cliff and Bobo podcast. We're on all the platforms, whatever. Then I'm working on 3 documentaries that are come out probably the first one will be about 6 to 8 weeks, and then over the next few months those will be coming out. That's through Alchemy Works Productions. So that's what I got going on, but they don't have titles yet, but I'll come back and let you know when those are ready to go.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Wes, for those who don't know.
SasquatchChronicles.com. I try to give insight to Sasquatch, bring a little humor, and try and make it interesting for people to listen to. I fail most of the time and stumble over my words, but if you have mercy, come over and check it out.
Huge failure.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get it together someday.
And last but not least, Brent.
Hey, thanks again for having me. And it's been a pleasure being on this panel with all you guys. You can find my shows. Paranormal Portal is on YouTube, youtube.com/paranormal portal, or you can find our podcast on all the major players as well. So we're out there as much as we can be.
And I'm Tony Merkel. You guys know who I am, and you better at least. But I will tell everybody that we are working on really cool stuff over here. Obviously, the Confessionals will keep rolling, but with this new podcast I'm going to keep talking about, we'll be dropping that. I am thinking very seriously about starting a show, just a general show. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but there's a lot of people in this world I want to talk to that I find very interesting and have nothing to do with paranormal of any sorts, and I just want to talk to them. So I need a show for that. I think I'm going to start another podcast doing that. We're doing the documentaries. We're trying to do a whole bunch of stuff over here at Merkel Media, and we are very grateful for everybody who tuned in today, who donated $879.05 now. Thank you guys so much. I'm very excited about giving this to Kentucky, and there's no better time of year to do it than now. So until next year, when we do this again, friends, stay safe, take care, and remember, the truth will set you free, but first, it'll piss you off. See ya.
See ya. Merry Christmas.
Happy Festivus.
Dang it, this isn't working. Hang on a second. I have a song for everybody. I know you're not seeing this. Hang on. There we go. All right. Guys, I'll see yous.
Adios.
All right, let's give away more stuff. Let's give away more stuff. Lindsay's gone. All right, let's give away another t-shirt. TC t-shirt. All right. Winner of another TC t-shirt. Nope. Can't be him. Scott Walker. He was Freaky Deaky Podcast. Can't win. He can't win. Let's do another one. David Rawson. David Rawson wins one. I got to write that down. David Rawson. Why don't I just type it? There we go. Cool. Let's do one more. Come on, work. This thing freezes. There we go. Joe Elsenheimer. Joe Elsenheimer wins another t-shirt. Yeah! Gotta talk quiet. Lindsay's gonna be like, this is not part of the budget. It's the giving season, relax. Dreaming of a white Christmas. Jason Keaton wins a t-shirt. Actually, let's put him down for a mug. Okay, let's do one more. One more. She could forgive me for one more. Come on, why is this thing freezing on me? I'm trying to do this covertly and it's like slowing me down. I gotta get out of here. She's gonna start coming looking for me. Come on. There we go. Gregory Woods. Gregory Woods wins a mug. I was like, yeah, I'm right behind you, hun. Okay, cool. All right, now I feel like I've given. We got David Rawson, Joe Elsenheimer, Jason Keaton, and Gregory Woods. Some added bonuses. Added bonuses. Merry Christmas, everybody. I felt like I started mentally getting fried there towards the end. You try talking for 4 hours. It's hard. No commercial breaks. You know what I'm saying? Should have did a Simply Safe commercial or something, which, by the way, I got a really cool story for you guys for the Simply Safe commercial I'm doing next month. It was quite an eventful morning at the Merkel household. So, anyways, listen, friends, thanks for being here. Thanks for donating what you were able to give. We do appreciate it. And I hope you guys enjoy the gifts that I was able to give. And we're going to do more of this stuff in the future. I want to give even more. I want to give bigger, better. It's just the way I'm wired. It's the way I'm wired. So this year we got all this cool stuff. Like we gave away the GoPro. There you go. And next year, hopefully we can give away a PS5, maybe 2, 3, 10, 100. I don't care. Let's just give it all away. Let's give it all away. I firmly believe that the more I give, the more I receive. I feel like God blesses me a lot, so I want to bless other people. So on that note, friends, Merry Christmas. And go have some fun with your family. Enjoy the next few days. Try to forget about everything going on in the world. And just try to relax and have some fun. And know that we care about you over here. All right, guys? All right, friends. Till next time, stay safe. Take care. And remember, truth will set you free. But first, it'll piss you off. Later.